Greetings and welcome. My name is Jeremy Roth Kushel, and I'm going to be your moderator today for our COVID Inside Job movie and webinar event here. It is Sunday, November 29th. We are going to be joined today by some crucial voices in relationship to sorting out what is going on, what has been going on in relationship to COVID-19. We have John Hankey with us, our filmmaker for today, and Professor Sterling Harwood, JD and PhD. But I first want to recognize Alan Rees, our No Lies radio producer, who has been for the most recent years one of the key media producers out there, hosting weekly news radio and video shows and online radio and these kind of live online events about really crucial topics such as COVID-19, election fraud, election integrity, September 11th, and more. So you can go to the noliesradio.org page for this event and read some of the instructions. If you want to get involved later on to ask questions, you can ask questions in writing, but you can also ask questions live on the webinar and come online here with us. And so all of those instructions are there. I would ask you to go read through those at the bottom of the webinar page. I would also direct you towards our alternative live stream link in case this main one goes down or is brought down in a controlled demolition fashion. But hopefully the kind of information that we are putting forth here, which will be pragmatic and principled and nuanced and analytically assertive, will be important for everyone to want to hear. So let me first introduce our speakers, and then we are going to go to John Hankey's film. John Hankey has taught history and English to the most disadvantaged and best students in Los Angeles for 30 years. His first major documentary, JFK 2, The Bush Connection, was seen by millions before being made as Dark Legacy, playing on Netflix for 2 years and now available on Prime. His documentary, The Assassination of JFK Jr., has also been very well received, also played on Netflix, and is now showing on Amazon Prime as Dark Legacy 2. He also put out a documentary called Is Trump for Real?, which exposes Trump as a Steve Bannon product. Bannon hired military psych warfare contractors Cambridge Analytica to concoct a platform that Trump ran on months before Trump became a candidate, while Bannon was working for Ted Cruz. And the rest of John's bio is in the description of our webinar. Anyone who has watched any of his films knows that he is both literally and figuratively a highly unique and capable voice in making documentaries about the most important issues of our age. Then we also have Professor Sterling Harwood, sorry. Everyone makes that mistake, I've heard from the professor. Professor Sterling Harwood, JD, PhD, who is a former professor of law, Lincoln Law School in San Jose, California, a former assistant professor of philosophy of the San Jose State University, and currently the most senior member of the philosophy department at Evergreen Valley College in San Jose, California, where he enjoys tenure as an associate faculty member. He has taught philosophy ever since his first teaching of biomedical ethics at Cornell University in 1982. He now primarily teaches logic and critical thinking and has published dozens of scholarly essays and 5 books. And the rest of his bio is also on the page. So thank you both very much for joining us today.
Hey, thank you for having me, Sterling.
All right. And
hooray for Alan. I mean, and I guess if you're going to give us a moment to say something, I want to point out to people that, you know, we all got used to the idea that the mainstream media was garbage, and then we started to turn to YouTube, and YouTube is turned to garbage. And so really programs like this are absolutely essential. If we can't, as a community of pro-democratic, pro-human observers, learn to build our own community and our own communication lines through programs like this, we're not going to make it. But this is a very, very, very solid platform and solid start to that hopeful future.
I'm delighted to be here to support John's excellent film, and he has an addendum to the film as well. So, bonus feature. Very good work, John.
All right. Thank you very much. And so we're going to go to John's film, Coronavirus, An Inside Job, which will assertively take us to the heart of our considerations today for breaking through the kind of disinformation and, the trash, as John has identified, that has been replete. And hopefully we can have a really focused, ethically driven, and politically pragmatic and strategic conversation today. So Alan, please put on the movie. Thank you.
In our history, hundreds of thousands of Americans have given their lives in service to humankind. All deaths from coronavirus are a shame, but the loss of the healthcare givers, losing these devoted and fine human beings, is such a waste and deserves a memorial. Well, here's to finding the truth behind their deaths. Ever since I saw this footage, I thought, that bastard has been vaccinated. Trump's valet has coronavirus. 11 of his Secret Service crew have it. The ghoul, Stephen Miller, may be Trump's closest advisor. He's a ghoul, but his wife has coronavirus, and she works inside the White House. A ghoul with the virus haunted the Republican CPAC conference and shook hands with Trump's chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, seen here at the conference.
They've got a little bit of a cold.
Trump immediately fired him. The replacement chief of staff, Mark Meadows, immediately had to be quarantined because he shook hands with the ghoul. Pence shook hands with this ghoul and should have been quarantined, as did Ivanka, Eric's wife, and close Trump friend Doug Collins, seen here hours after he shook hands with the ghoul. Matt Gaetz shook hands with the CPAC ghoul and then got on Air Force One and rode with Trump in that confined area for 40 minutes. Since May, Trump has been literally surrounded by the virus. But on September 26th, there was a super spreader event at the White House. 34 more White House staff and at least a dozen more Secret Service agents have been added to this crowd. And yet this idiot won't wear a mask. He's famous for being a coward and a germaphobe.
I'm also very much of a germaphobe.
And he wades into crowds and he won't wear a mask. He must have some sort of secret protection against the virus, no? But so why isn't he sharing his secret with the poor American masses huddled in quarantine and yearning to breathe free? It would make him a hero, no? So why not? Is it because he's been vaccinated? You see, vaccines take decades to develop. Polio took 17 years and another 45 years to perfect. After decades, there are still no vaccines for the viruses that cause AIDS, Ebola, or malaria. So you see, if Trump had been secretly vaccinated, that would mean that the U.S. military had been in possession of the virus for years, and that is something they would need to keep a secret, eh? But so let's take a serious look at this vaccine question for a minute. There's this story quietly breaking that this Oxford lab just got handed $1 billion to start today massively producing hundreds of millions of doses of a coronavirus vaccine for which there has been no human testing.
Researchers say they are moving at historic speed, telling NBC News by June or July they could start large-scale clinical trials in America.
Did you get that? This is Trump's pre-election and re-election surprise. They have the vaccine now, and they are in production today, producing hundreds of millions of doses of a vaccine that has not been tested on humans. They have somehow miraculously developed a safe, effective vaccine, a process that can take decades, and these guys have literally done it overnight. The director of the program can't believe what is happening.
If you'd said that to me a month ago, that all of that would happen in a month, I'd have thought that was wild.
And there's a reason he can't believe it. This Adrian Hill, the director of the program, has worked for 20 years trying to develop a vaccine for malaria. 20 years he's worked, 70 projects, 0 success. And Friday, May 22nd, suddenly he was handed $1 billion to produce hundreds of millions of doses of a vaccine that he somehow produced instantly that has not been tested on humans. Baffling.
If you'd said that to me a month ago, that all of that would happen in a month, I'd have thought that was wild.
And he's not kidding. They are spending $1 billion to produce a vaccine, and their sole justification for doing this is that the Rocky Mountain Laboratory in Montana tested the vaccine last month on monkeys. Scientists at this lab gave the vaccine to 6 rhesus monkeys, then exposed them to large amounts of COVID-19, and 28 days later, none of the monkeys had the virus. Okay, but let's do some easy math. This article appeared on April 27th, and it cites the results of an experiment that took 28 days. So this means that these Oxford guys had gotten their vaccine to the Montana lab at least 28 days before the April 27th article. So by March 31st at the latest, the Oxford lab sent their miracle vaccine to the Montana lab. But you can't develop a vaccine unless you have the actual virus. And the virus didn't show up in Britain until February 28th. It then takes time to isolate the virus. The Chinese, who are the best at this stuff, took 12 days. That takes us to March 12th as a reasonable date to believe the Oxford lab had the virus isolated. But then they have to collect enough of the virus to be able to work with it. And using the cutting-edge gene splicing techniques of the Oxford lab, they then have to begin the random process of gene splicing and manipulation and testing and retesting, taking shots in the dark and hoping for the best, looking for the short strand of DNA that will produce the result that they're looking for. This is a process that can take decades, and you may still strike out after decades of work, as Dr. Hill has done for 20 years. It's not.
Question isn't when we're going to have a vaccine. It's if we're going to have a vaccine.
For example, there is still no vaccine for the original coronavirus that struck 18 years ago. So anyway, in the 19 days between March 12th and March 31st, the Oxford lab somehow, miraculously, impossibly, ridiculously produced a completely safe and highly effective vaccine. And the Montana lab then looked at the Oxford lab's 20-year track record of 0 successes and saw their completely unbelievable instantaneous production of the vaccine. And so they said, oh, yes, well, indeed, let's squirt this stuff into our monkeys. And they did. And the monkeys didn't get sick. So now the U.S. is pouring $1 billion to begin producing hundreds of millions of doses to be available in the U.S. in June or July. Does any of that sound right to you?
If you'd said that to me a month ago, that all of that would happen in a month, I'd have thought that was wild.
Dr. Fauci doesn't sound enthused about it. He can barely bring himself to say a muffled, shamefaced yes.
Do you feel that's in the realm of possibility?
Yeah.
This same day that the U.S. decided to give the Oxford lab $1 billion to make
Not millions, probably not tens of millions, but ideally hundreds of millions of doses of this vaccine.
Fauci tried as hard as he could to rain on this parade. He told The Hill, even if you do everything right and you do everything on time, there's no guarantee you're going to have an effective vaccine. So when we talk about having a vaccine that might be available in December or January, that's assuming that the vaccine is actually effective, which is not a valid assumption because vaccine candidates, even promising ones, fail more often than they succeed, which is why this guy says it's not.
Question isn't when we're going to have a vaccine. It's if we're going to have a vaccine.
But you can't stop some people. This war profiteer desperately needs a monumental Memorial Day kick in the nuts. This is Mark Esper, Raytheon lobbyist and now the Secretary of Defense, speaking the same day as Fauci, the Friday of Memorial Day weekend.
Winning matters, and we will deliver by the end of this year a vaccine at scale to treat the American people and our partners abroad.
What the fuck is the Pentagon doing even trying to inject themselves into this issue of when a vaccine might be available? This steaming Sacagawea isn't a doctor or a scientist of any kind. He's a low-down slimeball lobbyist. The reporter can't believe her ears.
Mr. Secretary, I was so struck by that because there were no weasel words. There was no, we hope to have it by the end of the year. You said we will have a vaccine at scale, meaning presumably hundreds of millions of doses, ready to go by the end of the year. Is that possible?
Absolutely, it's possible. And I've spoken to our medical experts.
You know, the experts. We know they're experts because they have medals on them that say expert.
We are completely confident that we can get this done. And look, the Defense Department's been on top of the coronavirus since the early days. We were in this fight from late January on when we were first bringing Americans back from China. And we've been ahead of the curve and in the fight from day one.
God damn, dude. Really? There was no testing until March. Ahead of the curve. By March 6th, the U.S. had tested 2,000 people for coronavirus, while South Korea had tested more than 140,000. Your lame ass was 7,000% behind the curve set by South Korea, and you're bragging? You just bragged about bringing people back from China. Those are the people, the ones you brought back who are presumed to be the source of all the death in this country, predicted to reach 300,000 by February. And you brought them back and tested none of them. Your quarantine on your military bases was such a total nightmarish disaster that people risked their careers to blow the whistle on your incompetence. Ahead of the curve, are you sick? Bragging about your disasters. When you accidentally fuck up and kill 300,000 people, you don't brag about it.
And we will deliver on time the vaccines.
We will deliver. You and what army?
You know, our medical experts, our researchers, and we have some of the best in the world, have been working on this vaccine now for a few months, ever since day one. And again, I'm confident we'll get it. DOD has the expertise
in killing people,
and the and the capability, of course, to get the manufacturing done and the logistics.
Right. Manufacturing and logistics. Remind us again of the great job you did handling the manufacturing and logistics with tests and masks and PPE. What an imbecile.
And I'm confident that we will deliver.
Now, wait.
You know, our medical experts, our researchers, and we have some of the best in the world, have been working on this vaccine now ever since day one. And again, I'm confident we'll get it. DOD has the expertise.
This is curious, no? The military trying to insert themselves into this. Why? Their job is killing people, right? Developing weapons, not cures, right? Not vaccines, right? Well, no. Now that this douchebag mentions it, the military does have to make vaccines when they're making bioweapons at their bioweapons lab in Fort Detrick, Maryland. If you want to develop diseases, which these guys do, and use them as weapons, which these guys do, you also have to develop a vaccine to protect your own people, your troops, and your generals, and your president, and whatnot, which is what these fuckers clearly did. As outrageous as that statement is, the entire segment is all very fact-based. Trump acts like he's Superman while all around him have coronavirus. The Oxford Jenner lab developed this complex gene splicing vaccine in 19 days, more or less. The U.S. then pumped $1 billion into production of hundreds of millions of doses of a vaccine that officially has never been tested on humans. The Pentagon decided to involve itself, shouting that they will deliver hundreds of millions of doses of this vaccine before the end of the year. The Pentagon engages in bioweapons research. The government has been forced to admit that the anthrax used to attack Senators Daschle and Leahy in 2001 came from U.S. bioweapons stockpiles. Developing vaccines is a central part of making a disease into an effective weapon. And all those facts point to a startling conclusion. The U.S. military had the vaccine and the virus before the epidemic. So, since that was so useful, let's look at a few more facts and see what they add up to. The virus appeared all over Western Europe and the U.S. before it appeared in China. The Chinese have created a health system designed and on alert as if they were expecting a biological warfare attack. Frontline doctors are on alert for the appearance of any unknown or unusual respiratory infections, and if they see anything unusual, they report it immediately to district officials who are on alert, and they report it to national officials who are on alert. As we will see, although the virus didn't arrive in China first, Chinese doctors were the first to identify and announce to the world that a new and dangerous respiratory infection was attacking patients in Wuhan. They were the first to isolate the virus, to decode its genetic structure, and to develop a test for identifying the presence or absence of the virus in individuals. And despite the fact that the virus appeared there in China without warning, they were able to limit the deaths associated with COVID-19 to 4,638. Today, despite the fact that they have 4 times the population of the U.S., they have just 3% of the total deaths that the U.S. has. Their medical system has proven expert and reliable. On December 16th, an individual was admitted to the hospital with cough, fever, and a distinctive ground glass pattern on the x-rays of his lungs. By December 27th, 11 days later, there were now a total of 4 people who had these same distinctive symptoms. And that same day, lab analysis reported a new kind of coronavirus was involved. 2 days after that, on December 29th, 3 more patients showed up at the hospital, and the Chinese began treating these patients with great caution as highly infectious. December 29th, 8 patients with coronavirus. But the following facts show that the virus was already active outside China before it was discovered there. French scientists have positively identified the virus as present in Paris well before December 27th. We're starting here with this case not because it is the earliest, but because it is the most ironclad. This doctor published a study with the test in hand, proving that a patient who had presented himself to a Paris hospital on December 27th and had samples taken on that date had coronavirus.
Et donc, on a repris tous ces tests qui étaient négatifs chez des patients qui avaient des pneumonies. Et sur les 24 patients, nous avons eu un qui était positif au COVID-19 le 27 décembre, quand il était hospitalisé chez nous à Jean Verdet.
On that date, remember, China had 4 cases. This French study was peer-reviewed with virtually no possibility of error. The Parisian patient had never been to China and hadn't been out of France in over 100 days, so this patient contracted the virus from someone in his community in mid-December at the latest. Then, inspired by this Paris study, Dr. Michel Schmidt, the head of radiology at a hospital 300 miles from Paris, got together with a team in early May to examine all the 2,456 chest scans that they had done since November. COVID-19 has a very distinctive appearance in an X-ray, and these doctors found 4 COVID-19 specific lesions in one X-ray dating back to November 16th. Their findings were approved by the president of the French Federation of Radiologists. If this patient had this damage to his lungs, he must have encountered the virus weeks before November 16th. Weeks before November 16th, the virus was present in the communities of eastern France. These 2 findings are based on very solid evidence. This next is even more expert, but slightly less well scientifically documented. Giuseppe Ramuzzi is perhaps the most respected authority on coronavirus in Italy. He told NPR that his friends and colleagues, Italian frontline doctors, were seeing
very strange pneumonias, very severe, particularly in old people, in December and even in November.
He is certain, he says, that this was COVID-19.
It means that the virus was circulating at least in Lombardy before we were aware of this outbreak occurring in China.
Figuring out where a disease came from and how it spread is what epidemiology is all about. John Snow, the father of epidemiology, is famous for discovering that the handle on this pump is what spread cholera to all the people of this neighborhood 150 years ago. And some doctors in the U.S. have quietly tried to do their job of examining the evidence to find where and when the virus first appeared. Scientists in the city of Santa Clara, California, tested the body of Patricia Dowd 2.5 months after she died on February 6th and found that she had coronavirus. Pathologist Judy Melanik says that the severity of the damage to Dowd's heart muscle shows that the virus had ravaged her body for weeks, and that suggests that she was exposed to the virus in early January, at a time when China had about a dozen confirmed cases. California Governor Newsom immediately declared that this discovery was important forensic information and profoundly significant in terms of understanding the epidemiology of this disease, and he claimed that he had directed coroners beyond Santa Clara to screen for COVID-19 cases as early as December. And then nothing happened. No coroners screened any bodies in their morgues for coronavirus. This is basic epidemiology. It's the primary job of public health officials. So what's going on? The public health officials in Washington state have made clear that they will not ask any of the 30 residents who have tested positive for antibodies when they became ill. It would take too much time to ask one question. But without their help and in spite of their negligence, the story came to light of Jean, a 64-year-old retired nurse who first became severely ill on December 27th. For weeks, she suffered through a worsening dry, hacking cough, fever, body aches, finally coughing up blood. Months later, Jean's doctor tested her and found that she had COVID-19 antibodies. Her case is black and white. Her test results, combined with the severity of her symptoms, meet the CDC's strict case definitions for COVID-19. And Jean is adamant, I didn't get sick any other time. If I didn't get the virus then, I can't imagine when I would have gotten it. On December 27th, when Jean first became ill, there were 4 people in China who had coronavirus. But these 3 clowns want you to know that there's nothing to see here, folks. Florida has a similar scandalous situation where a patient who was sick on January 1st tested positive for antibodies, so the state took down her results from the official website. Because, you know, that's science. If the facts don't fit the conclusion you want, screw the facts. That's how science works in Florida and all over the U.S., as it turns out. In Los Angeles, USC tested a scientifically chosen representative group of 863 people, and 4.7% tested positive for the antibodies. 40 people in the sample tested positive, which shows that at least 221,000 people in Los Angeles have been infected. But USC didn't ask anybody if and when and where they were ill, because, you know, science and like that. Don't ask and definitely don't tell. But not all public officials are rats. Let's listen for a minute to the mayor of Belleville, New Jersey. He's not a doctor or a scientist, but
I'm a mayor of a city in New Jersey that's been ravaged by coronavirus. I think that gives me some credibility to speak on this. I was sick in November. I met all of the criteria. I have a positive antibody test, and I am certainly not alone. So the symptoms that I experienced back in November of 19, really high fevers, aches, a lot of aches, chills, a sore throat that lasted for nearly a month or so, something that I just could not get rid of. What happened was I went for an annual physical. I go every single year for an annual physical. And as I attended my annual physical, I said to my doctor, I said, you're going to draw blood for me. Is there any chance that you can test my blood for the corona antibody? And he said, why? I said, remember how sick I was back in November? It just wasn't right. It was not the flu. I know it wasn't the flu. And I said, then can you please test for it? Him and I were just chatting about a couple different things. And a few minutes later, his head looked down, and I saw his eyes almost came out of his head. And he looked at me, and he looked back at it. And he looked at me, and he looked back at it. He goes, you're positive. You have the antibody. And I said, I knew it. I knew it. He said, but the timeline doesn't work. I said, whose timeline doesn't work? You can't tell me that I wasn't sick. It is my sincere belief that it was absolutely in November. We were overrun, from what I'm told, in November and December with people very, very sick that went, tested negative for flu A, tested negative for flu B, tested negative for strep, that were going repeatedly to their doctors in November and December.
Like Jean, the retired nurse, the mayor's case also meets the strict technical definition, according to CDC guidelines, of what should be counted as a coronavirus case. This story has not been picked up by any news people outside his local paper. The mayor has been calling for anybody, to investigate the hundreds of people who had extreme symptoms of COVID-19 in October, November, and December, and who themselves want testing. But again, you know how scientists are. They're just not interested in this technical stuff. Some of them. But also notice, please, all these positive tests are facts, not rumors. And they aren't secrets. The media knows. The CDC knows. So why are they pretending that they don't? Which brings us to a major fact. The CDC and media want us to blame China in spite of all these facts. So they hide the cases that somehow manage to squeak out, and they are carefully not looking where they might find the earliest cases. These test results are facts.
It means that the virus was circulating, at least in Lombardy, before we were aware of this outbreak occurring in China.
Their meaning is clear, but you didn't hear about them because, and it is a fact, that there's a conspiracy to falsely blame China. But that raises another interesting point, doesn't it? The virus was already here. Esper's failures to monitor and contain the virus, especially among people returning to the U.S. from China, were stunning and criminal, really. But looking at this, it seems that his failures were meant as a distraction from the fact, again, that the virus was already here. And you know, if it didn't come from China, if it wasn't mainly spread by visitors from China, how did it come to infect the predominantly non-white neighborhoods of New York and Los Angeles and Houston and New Orleans and Atlanta? How did that happen? Just asking. In Milwaukee County, Black people make up just 26% of the county's population, but account for a staggering 81% of its deaths, and that's fairly typical. But here's another fact. Dealing with plagues is not rocket science, it's old science.
You identify cases, isolate people, diagnose them, and treat them. Then you track down all of the contacts of the infected person, and you do the same with those people and the same with contacts of contacts if necessary. Preparedness is a day job around here.
And so when, way back on January 19th, a guy, the first guy, wandered into an emergency room in Washington State and said, "I just got off the plane from China and I have a fever," these healthcare workers were ready. Everybody was so ready. So what happened? Well, let's have a look, shall we? Way back on January 11th, China posted on the internet the gene sequence for the virus, which made it possible for any well-equipped lab on the planet to test for the virus.
As the news started to come out of China in January, we quickly decided that we needed to develop a coronavirus test for SARS-CoV-2. And we did that. And we were able to rapidly detect community transmission within the Seattle area. Then we check each of these samples in, and they go through a process called RNA extraction. So we have to get the genomes of the virus out of the media that they're in. And then we just do a very standard detection assay called RT-PCR. This is something we do in the lab all the time, and we can do it, fairly quickly. And those results then, as Helen said, go through an automated system for the negatives, and the people who test positive are actually getting a real phone call from a human, which is, I think, pretty nice.
This is Dr. Helen Chu, the head of the Seattle Flu Project. Her people found that patient on the 19th with the fever, who had just returned from Wuhan, China, and they sent his sample to the CDC, which announced on January 20th, the next day, that the sample tested positive for COVID-19, the first in the US officially. But then something happened at CDC. Once they had proved that the first virus case came from China, they stopped conducting tests. And they wouldn't allow anyone else to perform tests either.
Alex starts these conversations with the FDA, and the feedback was, well, you can't use the test until you test it on virus, which, of course, think about it, we don't have, right? So, okay, where can we get the virus? Well, you're not allowed to have the virus because it's dangerous. And okay, then we're asking, what can we do?
So there was no testing permitted at all anywhere in the USA.
And so from a couple days after February 4th all the way to February 26th, they didn't have a test. They were completely blind too.
After 6 weeks of this no testing insanity, on February 27th, Dr. Chu and her people went rogue and started testing people without CDC permission, and of course immediately found dozens and dozens of patients with COVID-19. But then they told the CDC, and the CDC ordered them to stop testing. But Dr. Chu and her team refused, and they told all their friends in the medical profession, who all screamed at the CDC that what they were doing was criminal. So the CDC caved and allowed testing just as long as Chu and her team promised not to look back at any old samples. Got that? And you have to wonder why, but especially.
And so from a couple days after February 4th all the way to February 26th, they didn't have a test. They were completely blind too.
Why did the CDC block all testing for the 4 critical weeks from February 4th to February 27th? Is it plausible that they didn't know that blocking almost all testing for 6 weeks would greatly increase the number of dead in their own country by like 10,000 times? You decide for yourself. I don't think it's plausible. The suppression of the testing is still going on. 9 months after the first test became available, after what will soon be 250,000 American deaths, the White House still opposes testing. This is outright murder.
You identify cases, isolate people, diagnose them, and treat them.
You diagnose, you quarantine. That's what this guy is for. You trace where the disease came from so that you can shut down the source. That's what Jon Snow did. It's why he has a monument, and it's what all these clowns are refusing to do.
Then you track down all of the contacts of the infected person, and you do the same with those people and the same with contacts of contacts if necessary.
Which the U.S. never has been and still is not doing. Again, this is 400-year-old technology. They didn't forget how to do it. Washington State's response to the first appearance of the virus shows how very well prepared they were. And every country that wanted to suppress the virus instead of suppressing testing and tracing has done so. This curve from Johns Hopkins University shows how China got on top of and squashed the virus using these ancient techniques. And so did Japan and South Korea and Germany and Iceland and New Zealand. These curves show how, in countries which did not make a determined effort to track and trace, the virus went nuts, like France and the US and Italy and Britain. All countries where the virus mysteriously, somehow, secretly and quietly appeared in early November. Are you suggesting that we would inflict all this death and misery and economic disaster on the American people deliberately? No, I'm not suggesting that. That's horrible and nightmarish stuff. But it's the facts that are suggesting this as an inescapable conclusion. 2 + 2 = 4. 4 isn't exactly a fact, but it sure as hell is an inescapable conclusion. But why would we do such a thing? Well, that's a mighty fine question. Let's start by remembering that 9/11 was an inside job. Watch the footnote if you need to, but briefly, more than 3,000 architects and engineers have put their names on a petition asserting that jet fuel could not have brought down the buildings on 9/11. 3,000 architects and engineers, and no one connected with air defense believes the story of how none of the jets was even intercepted on that day or shot at, much less shot down while attacking the Pentagon. This evidence shows that the virus was quietly spread and ignored in poor neighborhoods and nursing homes all over Italy, Spain, England, and France, and the US. And then they spread it in China so that they could blame it on them. But those Chinese, they don't fool around. They reacted as if they had been preparing for a biowarfare attack, and they squelched this biowarfare attack with only 4,000 dead. That's 3% of the US total, without shutting down the entire economy for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. But you know all we care about is money. Why would we create this economic disaster? Uh-oh. Really, dude? You want more? Booyah, as the kids say. Here's why these shameless toads want economic disaster. Remember when I said that when I saw Trump wading in to shake hands, I said, that bastard's been vaccinated. Well, when I saw this headline, I said, those fuckers did that shit. So let me take a minute to unpack this headline. A short seller is a guy who goes down to the stock exchange and puts his money down betting that this stock or that stock is going to go down. And it's like going down to the racetrack in a couple of ways. First, if you bet that some weak, broke leg horse is going to come in first, you get very long odds, 100 to 1. And in the very unlikely event that you win, you're going to go home a lot richer than you arrived. If you bet $2, you're liable to go home with 200. So if you go down to the stock market betting office and bet a bunch of money that a strong stock is going to go way down, you're betting very long odds. And in the very unlikely event that you win, you're going to need a truck to carry home your winnings. The second point is that if you bet a nickel, you'll take home a big bag of nickels. And these guys went home with $344 billion. They had to have bet a truckload of money, billions, to go home with a mountain of money $344 billion high. But now they bet that truckload of money on a broke leg, one-eyed horse to finish first, and they won. But who bets billions of dollars on a wild and crazy long shot? Two types of people. The first type is crazy people who lose their money on crazy long shots, and the second type is cheaters, guys with inside information who paid off all the other jockeys to throw the race. And that's this bastard all over, a lobbyist for perhaps the biggest defense contractor in the world, who became Secretary of Defense so that he could help the U.S. purchase hundreds of billions of dollars worth of advanced weapon systems to fight a bunch of guys in pickup trucks. If these guys bet billions that the stock market was going to crash, you know the fix was in. Trump preached that the virus was under control while these guys placed their bets. And then, when everything was ready, this bastard, Steve Mnuchin, former CIO of Goldman Sachs, handed Trump a speech to read.
We will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days. These prohibitions will not only apply to the tremendous amount of trade and cargo, but various other things as we get approval.
And the market shot down like a rocket. And these lizards collected $344 billion. And unfortunately, we're just getting started. $565 billion since March. Do you have any idea how many countries you could buy with $565 billion? Or how many colleges? Or how many millions of houses? Or how much healthcare or solar panels, you name it. You spend $565 billion solving the problem, and that's a problem that's going to be solved. So they cheat the market and walk away with, did you add those numbers up? $909 billion on paper that we can see. But you didn't think these bastards have just one way to make money off of your disaster. You remember this scene from It's a Wonderful Life?
Can't you understand what's happening here? Don't you see what's happening? Potter isn't selling, Potter's buying. And why? Because we're panicky and he's not. That's why. He's picking up some bargain. Now, just took over the bank.
The villain is the banker, Potter, and he loves a crisis. Every financial crisis in the past 100 years at least was caused by bankers taking actions that were certain to cause economic collapse, and then after the collapse, walking in and picking out the pearls from the smoking ruin on the cheap because everyone was broke except the billionaires. This is almost too obvious to be worth mentioning. On the one hand, vaccine profits are peanuts compared to the profits we just looked at, a few billion tops. And it will be frowned upon if the drug companies try to make too much money off the misery of others. And the drug companies taking excess profits may draw attention to this whole timing question that shows that the Pentagon has had the virus for 10 years. On the other hand, before I call a few $billion peanuts, I need to remind myself that these are the monsters who cut food stamps, taking food out of the mouths of hungry kids just to save a few million. They would kill their own grandmothers for a nickel, and they'd kill your grandmother just for the pure joy of doing it, which brings us unhappily to cutting Social Security and Medicare costs. Republicans have tried to make cuts to Social Security and Medicare every minute of every day since the programs were signed into law. Trump has put cuts to these programs in his budget every year since he got elected, but he hasn't gone through with the cuts because, as he explained to the ghouls at CPAC, if you want to cut these programs and at the same time you think you're going to win elections, it just really is not going to happen. And if you want to solve our problem, you have to take a different approach. Well, killing the recipients is a different approach, isn't it? Coronavirus is going to kill 100,000 people in nursing homes. Bet on it. That alone is going to save over $8 billion in nursing home costs per year. Not to mention all the retirees not in nursing homes who won't be collecting Social Security anymore because they're dead. Coronavirus is the Republican agenda for cutting these programs. Is there a chance these ghouls didn't unleash the virus with this exact goal in mind? Trump has persuaded the war profiteers. Wait. Somebody slap me. Trump is in charge of tweets, not policy. Bannon. Bannon has persuaded the war profiteers that war is costly, and you don't have to have a war for the war profiteers to make huge profits selling all this killing crap. Yeah, but we're going to miss all the killing. So coronavirus, yeah, killing, yay, death. And if you want a huge defense budget with hugely expensive weapons, you need some kind of enemy. So,
Blame China, blame China. They gave coronavirus the gong. Now they want to rule Hong Kong. Blame China, blame China. They really ought to belong to the British anyway. The factories are killing ours. They're friends with the WHO. We tell them give back Vietnam and all they say is no. Should we curb our selfish greed and clean up Washington town and try to be nice to people who are brown? Hell no. Blame China. Blame China.
but my G5 phone is cool and their solar panels rule.
Blame China. Blame China. You really ought to be speaking English anyway.
The notion that the West is ruled by a conspiracy of an international aristocracy is not a new idea, I guess, but it's new to me. I'm still trying to get my head around it. I always assumed that when Eisenhower warned about
the military-industrial complex,
that he meant an organization run by Americans, but I ought to have known better. An international conspiracy of the European aristocracy is what destroyed democracy in Europe, first at the Battle of Waterloo, and then for the next 100 years. This international aristocracy joined together at Waterloo. These anti-democratic fascist forces set aside their differences and brought all their armies together to defeat Napoleon at Waterloo and to destroy Napoleon and with him all hope for democracy in Europe. The story of this fascist conspiracy is right there in the history books. 33 years after Waterloo, in 1848, Europe exploded in democratic rebellions. These aristocrats, this international fascist conspiracy, learned to their horror that their own soldiers could not be relied upon to slaughter their own people, their own families, when those people rebelled and demanded democracy, and the aristocrats again conspired internationally to create a complex arrangement to send Russian soldiers to kill Italian Democrats and German soldiers to kill French Democrats, and so on. Jim Marrs, bless his name, has suggested that 12 years after that, in 1860, agents of these international Democrat killers, like Solomon de Rothschild, instigated the auto-suicide that was the American Civil War in order to make democracy look less appealing to the European rebellious masses. It's a very plausible argument. Lots of pieces fit. And it does seem that the bloody chaos of the American Civil War did help to squash democratic movements in Europe, as I said, for the next 50 years after the war. Your garbage history books will tell you that Hitler was a populist leader of a working-class revolutionary movement. But it's documented, the best evidence in the most authoritative primary documents. He was a stooge, a puppet of an international fascist aristocratic conspiracy. Anyway, it strikes me that in these graphs you see the hand of an international fascist aristocratic conspiracy to exterminate the elderly of all of Europe and the U.S. The graphs show it's not just the U.S. wiping out its seniors, it's also England and France and Italy and Spain. And I found myself asking, Spain, a leading member of this black-hearted conspiracy, really? And then I remembered, oh yeah, Spain has a very, very murderous and powerful aristocracy who ruled that country in a bloody fascist dictatorship until 1975. Of course, they led the euthanasia of their elderly population. During World War II, the fascist aristocracy in France welcomed the German troops, and most of France was then ruled by a dictatorship of the French fascist aristocracy. When stupid Hitler lost the war, the French aristocracy lost nothing. And of course, these fascists also joined in the euthanasia of their elderly population. Do yourself a favor and Google "deux cents familles." It's a 100-year-old French expression meaning 200 families, the 200 billionaire aristocrats who control the French economy and poison French politics. And when the right wing wins the election, this brutal aristocracy controls the French power structure outright. The lesson is that every Western country has their own 200 families, and those 200 families join together internationally to conspire against all of us ordinary folks. This is the class of people who started World War I for our kind to die in while their kind got rich. They made Hitler. They planned and profited from the Holocaust. They conspired to kill JFK. They conspired to kill Princess Diana. They did 9/11 and supported war on Iraq internationally. And when you look at these graphs and the numbers of dead among the elderly, who they hate, it's obvious that they did that shit, because that's who they are. This is a little technical, but you can handle it, and it's important. A classic vaccine uses a weakened version of a virus to trigger an immune response. Using this 200-year-old old school approach, doctors take a weak or dead virus and squirt it into people, and if it works, the body reacts to the dead virus and starts making antibodies, and these antibodies will then fight any living and dangerous viruses you may run into later. The tricky part is that it might not work. The vaccine might just make you sick, or the antibodies might not kill new viruses, or the antibodies may all die off in a couple of weeks. There's a lot that can go wrong. The Oxford Institute uses a technology that centers on altering the genetic code of a familiar virus. See, you just take one of these little spiky things off the coronavirus and stick it onto a common cold virus. Inject it into the body, the harmless imposter can induce the immune system to fight and kill the targeted virus. Easy peasy, right? No? No. That's like saying, oh, you just cut the tail off your dog and you stick it on your cat, but it doesn't work like that, does it? First, you have to grab one of these tiny viruses and take out the DNA or RNA. Anyway, you have to take out the genetic material. And then you have to find the exact part of that strand of the RNA that tells the virus how to make one of these little spiky things. But how do you know which part does what? It's not easy. It takes lots and lots and lots of trial and error, trying this piece and trying that piece to find the right one. And then, when they think they have the part that makes the spiky thingy, the scientists, we are told, pulled the genetic material out of a cold virus, and then they had to find a way to splice this magical piece of spiky RNA into the gene of the cold virus in just the right spot so that the spiky thingy came out in just the right spot in the new cold virus. But so after scientists go to all that trouble and they squirt this new virus into a person, 99 times out of 100, it doesn't work. They used the wrong spiky thingy, or it came out in the wrong place on the cold virus, or in the wrong position, or 1,000 other things that can go wrong at every single step of the process, which is why Monsanto says that it takes 13 years to make a genetically modified organism, which is why Fauci says vaccine candidates, even promising ones, fail more often than they succeed, which is why William Hazeltine says,
in my view, the question isn't when we're going to have a vaccine, it's if we're going to have a vaccine.
and it's why when this asshole says,
You know, our medical experts, our researchers, and we have some of the best in the world, have been working on this vaccine now ever since day one.
you know that day one was at least 10 years ago as part of the process to make a bioweapon out of a bat virus. What if this were just an accident? Some idiot at Fort Detrick accidentally released the virus. The short answer is it's not worth talking about. If there were an accidental release, the U.S. could have done what the Chinese did and dealt with it. They had the genome in hand, and they could have developed a test immediately and begun a disciplined program of testing, tracking, and quarantine, like Ireland and Japan and Germany and South Korea and Vietnam also did. And right now, instead of the Chinese, they could be the ones looking like heroes, strutting around, crowing.
Winning matters, and we will deliver.
But the decision was made not to fight the virus. They literally banned testing during almost all of February, the most critical period, and they never instituted widespread testing, never made any pretense of contact tracing. Those were all deliberate decisions, decisions that constitute global mass murder and crimes against humanity. If you wear a mask while you're doing dusty work, you reduce the crap going into your lungs by 90% at least. Even with the cheapest mask, no more than 10 particles out of 100 might get through. And if some other person who might have the virus wears even a cheap mask, it's supposed to reduce your risk by 99%. 1 particle out of 100 might get through. And to calculate the odds and combine the two outcomes of 2 people wearing masks, you multiply the 2 numbers together. So if you both wear a mask, the risk is reduced by 99.9%.
But aren't you limiting my freedom?
No, that's just life in the big city. If you live in the woods, you're free to drop your pants and use the facilities anywhere, anytime you want. But when you move to the big city, things change. You can't just defecate anywhere you want. You have to go home before you drop your pants.
But isn't that tyranny?
No, that's just life in the big city. If you don't want to wear a mask, fine, but go live in the woods. It seems I always end with a note on 9/11, just in case someone out there doesn't know. But there's a great new movie out of Britain called Incontrovertible. It's full of statements from people in law enforcement and firefighters, and it has a great section on short sellers at the 33-minute mark. Anyway, here's my 9/11 pitch. When it comes to the issue of 9/11 truth, Alex Jones is a straw man and an easy clownish target. You won't find John Oliver making fun of these guys, however. Stephen Jones and David Ray Griffin are 2 of the real leaders of the 9/11 truth movement. Griffin and Jones are world-class scholars, preeminent in their fields. Jones was a conservative Republican Mormon who voted for Bush and a tenured physics professor with a world-class reputation in the development of XEDS, a process measuring the energy level of an electron in order to identify what kind of atom it came from. One of his physics students asked him about the collapse of Building 7, which was not hit by a plane and which collapsed on the afternoon of September 11th in a pattern precisely resembling a controlled demolition. Jones discovered that the official explanation was completely anti-scientific, and he began speaking out based on simple physics, jet fuel can't melt steel beams sort of thing. But then he woke up one morning and remembered that his specialty was in XEDS. He obtained samples of dust from 9/11, and the first thing he discovered was microspheres of iron. Microspheres are only created by melting. The 9/11 dust was full of proof that the steel had been melted. But his prize was this slide, one side of which is a spectrographic analysis of one of these iron microspheres, and another is a spectrographic analysis of thermite, the steel-cutting explosive used for controlled demolitions around the world. The dust from the World Trade Center is full of proof that explosives were used. The dust is also full of pieces of unexploded thermite, the remains of the wrappers that contained the explosives. Professor Jones has hugely contributed to the science of 9/11 truth. David Ray Griffin is a tenured professor of philosophy and theology at the prestigious Claremont McKenna College. He's a very highly regarded professional scholar. His life's work involves examining arguments and evidence to see whether the evidence supports those arguments. He has devoted himself to examining the official statements and the evidence, and for the last 15 years, he has been explaining in professional scholarly detail that the evidence does not support the conclusions in the official government statements, but in fact, the simple observable facts show that the 9/11 attacks had to have been carried out in close cooperation with the highest ranking elements of the U.S. government. The key point here is that it doesn't matter. Trump claiming to have the virus is nothing. It's intended as a distraction from the central point that he is one of the great murderers of all time because, first, Bob Woodward tells us that Trump's national security advisors warned him on January 28th that the virus was very transmissible and very dangerous and that the deaths would be massive. More importantly, Trump admitted on tape that Chinese President Xi told him the same thing on February 6th.
And so what was President Xi saying yesterday?
Well, we were talking mostly about the virus, and I think he's going to have it in good shape, but it's a very tricky situation.
Indeed,
it goes through air, Bob. That's always tougher than the touch. The touch, you don't have to touch things, right? But the air, you just breathe the air. That's how it's passed. And so that's a very tricky one. That's a very delicate one. It's also more deadly than your strenuous flus.
But right up until today, he continues to lie to the American people.
They gave me Regeneron. I want to get for you what I got, and I'm going to make it free. You're not going to pay for it. It wasn't your fault that this happened. It was China's fault, and China's going to pay a big price what they've done to this country. China's going to pay a big price what they've done to the world. This was China's fault. Just remember
he continues to sabotage good practice. By the time he's thrown out, it is projected that he will have murdered 400,000 people. Second, as the video demonstrates, there's no room for doubt, none, that this virus came from U.S. bioweapons stockpiles. The question of whether Trump has the virus is only a distraction. That said, it won't kill us to waste a little time looking at the details of this distraction. It seems pretty clear that when the Trump people realized that they had held a super spreader event and that 34 more people in the White House were now going to be declared infected, it also became clear to the Trumpistas that people were not just asking questions. The White House press corps had begun answering the question.
That's reassuring.
USC.
Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway.
USC.
Maybe I'm immune.
You think? They had the vaccine. Of course he was vaccinated. He virtually told Bob Woodward on tape that he had been vaccinated.
Well, he just said, and it was almost mystical, and we played the tape of it on television where he said, "No, I don't think I'm going to get it." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "I just don't think I'm going to get it. I'm not going to get it." And it was said with the kind of confidence that obviously...
Trump always lies. And like Trump, his doctors have always lied. Trump's official doctor, a glorified chiropractor named Conley, told us on Saturday morning that Trump had had no fever the day before on Friday morning. Then he took it back and said he was lying when he said that Trump had no fever and that Trump did have a fever.
Late Friday morning, when I returned to the bedside, the president had a high fever and his oxygen saturation was transiently dipping below 94%. I was trying to reflect the upbeat attitude that the team, the president, that his course of illness has had.
Anything any of these guys says is worthless. Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, told us that the dumpster was having trouble breathing. Trump, the king of lies, then said that Meadows was lying. But Dr. John LaPook, a professor of medicine and a physician for NYU, observes,
he looked to me like he did not have shortness of breath, like he did not have labored breathing.
I think I'm doing very well.
I live in LA, and way back in December, I caught something and my lungs were terrible. 8 months later, in August, I could not have made this walk without stopping.
And then he walked up the staircase to the helicopter, and he gave the banister or the rail about three quick taps. So that was sort of a good sign.
The point is, the people who say Trump was sick are constant liars. And the video, which is more trustworthy, shows that Trump was healthy. This deserves another look.
Late Friday morning, when I returned to the bedside, the president had a high fever. He was not short of breath. He was tired, had the fever, and that was about it. Later that day, by the time the team here was at the bedside, the president had been up out of bed, moving about the residence with only mild symptoms. Despite this, everyone agreed the best course of action was to move to Walter Reed for more thorough evaluation and monitoring.
A 74-year-old obese president who supposedly had just tested positive for the virus now had a high fever, and the doctor's response is, oh, well. Connolly casually waited until the fever was gone. He certainly acted like he thought Trump didn't have the coronavirus. Can I make a guess here?
Is that a small proportion of the participants do have a short-lived fever immediately after vaccination within the first 48 hours and fatigue as well. And it's very predictable in terms of the time.
So Connolly wasn't worried about Trump's fever because the fever was
very predictable.
Since, in response to the Rose Garden disaster, Connolly had just given Trump a booster shot. And then some genius got the bright idea that, as a distraction from the Rose Garden disaster, they would send the now completely healthy president to the hospital, where no one tried to stop his stupid behavior because he wasn't sick. If Trump had the virus, he should have been not just in quarantine, but in isolation. Instead, while Trump was in the hospital, he paraded around without a mask, endangering the staff, giving speeches.
I can't be locked up in a room upstairs.
Getting his picture taken signing blank pieces of paper, and then threw himself a stupid parade. The real doctors at Bethesda were furious. And so, they tell us, Trump's doctors decided to give him 3 different experimental drugs. All 3 have high risk of dangerous side effects, so that none are ever meant to be given to people who are not in real danger from the virus. And there's no data on how these drugs might interact, none. The Regeneron drug had previously been tested on only 275 people, 275. And so then they tested it on this 74-year-old obese president, of course, because, you know, that's how doctors test things, on lab rats and prisoners and presidents. That's just wild. Just for fun, let's close with this totally insane speech from the wackadoodle dumpster fire himself.
So I think this was a blessing from God that I caught it. This was a blessing in disguise. I caught it. I heard about this drug. I said, let me take it. It was my suggestion. Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, 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 bong, bong, bing, 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 bong, bong, bing, 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 bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Well, thank you.
Much. I want to turn it over now to the filmmaker himself, John Hankey, who has made an addendum actually to that film.
And I'm supposed to introduce it. And so I want to say that
I said, oh, good gravy. Back in late May, I made the first 10 minutes of this film, and then I was able to update it. And a month ago, I made a new update that you just saw. But 3 weeks ago, all of this new information came out so that I had to make an addendum, which you'll see, and you'll see has a lot of very, 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 to the center. It's not peripheral. It's very much to the center of all of the most important issues. And today it's out of date. So please allow me to urge you to stick around, because, and let me say, in the last 3 days, I've just been so honored to be working with Alan and Jeremy and Sterling. It's been such an educational experience. It's just startling to me, the stuff that I've learned in the last 3 days. And it's not like I don't spend 10 hours a day every day for the last many years working on this stuff. The point is that what you're about to see is not out of date. The information is all correct, but there's new information that really supplements it. So please watch the addendum, pay close attention. There's huge issues involved, but then you have to stick around to find out what the new stuff is.
Thank you.
You remember this guy, Adrian Hill, the head of the Oxford lab. Here he is describing his plan for massive testing in the U.S. and for a vaccine ready to administer in September or October.
So we are now moving forward. We vaccinated around about 10,000 people in trials so far. Well, I should add that the largest trial should start soon, and that is actually in the US. Right. So we're hoping that will be underway in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Can you say how much closer you are now to a final vaccine?
So it's very difficult to call. Could be September, could be October. Nobody really knows.
He makes it sound like October at the latest. I expected that by November, the curve of infected people in the U.S. would have crashed as it did in South Africa after Oxford began administering the vaccine there. So what happened? The U.S. put a hold on Oxford for 45 days, the only country on the planet to do it. And the Oxford vaccine has now disappeared. But why would the U.S. military give Oxford the vaccine and then suppress it? What sense does that make? Why just not give it to them in the first place? The following video segment, I think, offers an answer to that question. This researcher at the Oxford lab, Sarah Gilbert, was called upon to explain to her science colleagues around the world how Oxford came up with the coronavirus vaccine so quickly. Oxford is a scientific institution, not like the thugs and crooks at the drug companies. So they kind of have to answer scientific questions asked by their fellow scientists. That's how the scientific community works. And I think Sarah Gilbert does answer the question here.
So we'd previously been working on a vaccine against another coronavirus, MERS, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, shown.
So let's stop right here and take a breath. She had been working on MERS, she said, which is a different coronavirus spread to humans by camels. That's right, camels. So almost nobody gets this virus. In 2019, 199 people contracted MERS. 199. So why the hell would the Oxford labs be working on a virus that affected so few people and with very little potential to ever infect anyone who didn't have contact with camels? Further, as she is about to tell us, she was working with the Rocky Mountain Labs on this vaccine. By the way, the Rocky Mountain Labs is a bioweapons lab. So 2 prominent labs were working on a vaccine for a virus that affected virtually no one. It's ridiculous, no? It's certainly not credible. It begs us to ask, okay, so what's the real reason you guys were working on a vaccine for this camel virus, MERS? And my answer is they were not working on MERS. She doesn't know, after all, what vaccine she was working on. They handed her some vial, and she only knew what she'd been told. They told her it was MERS, which makes no sense, and asked her to test it. And then it turns out that this camel vaccine that she just happened to be working on for no good reason turned out to be 100% effective on coronavirus. So my guess is that she was working on a vaccine for coronavirus all along, though she probably didn't know this.
So we'd previously been working on a vaccine against another coronavirus, MERS, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, shown in collaboration with Neeltje van Doremalen and Vincent Munster at NIH Rocky Mountain Labs, that it was protective in non-human primates after a single dose of the MERS vaccine.
You may have to replay that 100 times and then think about it for a month. I did. She says that the vaccine she was working on had been shown, past tense, by these guys she names at the Rocky Mountain Labs to be protective in non-human primates. Obviously, that test on monkeys came before her test on humans, right? You test monkeys first. And then, as this application shows, starting in March 2018, Gilbert began testing this vaccine on humans. She didn't know what she was testing, only what she had been told she was testing. Anyway,
we'd done a clinical study, a phase 1 trial, which is also published, where we looked at 3 different dose levels. So when we found out about the novel coronavirus very early in January, it was clear to me that what we should do is just go straight into a vaccine development program using exactly the same approach that we'd used for MERS. So we didn't stop to wait and look at different presentations of the antigen. We just went with a direct copy of what we'd done previously for MERS.
so it's that last sentence that's critical. I'll play it again in a second. She says that they used a direct copy of what she thought was a MERS vaccine, and lo and behold, it worked perfectly on coronavirus, better than it had on MERS.
We just went with a direct copy of what we'd done previously for MERS. It had worked well, and we knew we could do it quickly, and speed was obviously of the essence. Other people have looked at different versions of the antigen and shown slight differences between them.
What do you suppose that means? What could it possibly mean?
Other people have looked at different versions of the antigen and shown slight differences between them. That's something we started doing after we'd got the GMP manufacturing underway, not before.
The antigen is the part of the coronavirus that they use to provoke the human immune system into making antibodies. And what they use to do that is the spiky thingy from the coronavirus. So I think that what she's saying is that her colleagues in the global scientific community outside Oxford communicated to her that the MERS virus had a slightly different spiky thingy than the novel coronavirus does. But in fact, if you look at the studies, the vaccine didn't work as well on MERS as it does on the coronavirus. And what sense does that make? Well, like I said, I think it suggests that Sarah had been working on a novel coronavirus vaccine all along, not MERS. And when I saw her application to conduct the study for the MERS vaccine, it struck me as possible that these Oxford guys themselves got the bright idea to test this MERS vaccine as a coronavirus vaccine. So it's not that the military handed the coronavirus vaccine to Oxford as a coronavirus vaccine. They handed it to them, but they told them it was a MERS vaccine. And it was Oxford that decided, hey, this might work against coronavirus. That would explain why the Oxford vaccine was suppressed for 60 days for no reason by the US government. The US government never really wanted a vaccine. It wasn't their idea. But maybe you get why I didn't put this story into the video. It's got a lot of speculation going on in it. But so, speaking of speculation, what's up with all these other vaccines? I don't know, but I think, as you will see, that it is more than clear that all these companies were handed vaccines by someone. I guess to cover up the origin of the Oxford vaccine, but I don't know. Anyway.
Tonight, as the race for a vaccine rages on, you might be surprised to learn scientists created one almost as soon as the virus broke out.
Let me say, I am surprised.
This is SARS-CoV-2. 30,000 characters, the exact formula. Professor Robin Shattuck fed that code into a computer and came up with a prototype vaccine within weeks.
Because, you know, that's all you have to do, right, is have one of these magical computers.
Essentially, the vaccine design has not changed.
So it's more or less the same. What you had in the very beginning is what we still have now.
Absolutely.
But this is
a radically new approach to creating vaccines
that they somehow got perfect on the first try.
Their vaccines rely on something called synthetic messenger RNA. While this method holds a lot of promise, it has never resulted in an approved vaccine or medicine. It has never resulted in an approved vaccine or medicine. It has never resulted in an approved vaccine or medicine.
It's never worked because it's so hard to get it right. The body's natural defenses tend to destroy synthetic RNA because they see it as foreign. And it can be really dangerous. The whole process is very hit and miss. Too much of this and it's dangerous. Too little of that and it doesn't work. But they've been trying to find the right spot for 10 years without success.
It has never resulted in an approved vaccine or medicine.
For 10 years, they've been swinging and missing, but this dildo hit it out of the park on the very first pitch, on the very first try.
Essentially, the vaccine design has not changed.
So it's more or less the same. What you had in the very beginning is what we still have now.
Absolutely.
The very first try, nobody got sick, and
the vaccine showed to be more than 90% effective.
So yes, Mr. Holt, indeed.
You might be surprised to learn scientists created one almost as soon as the virus broke out.
In fact, surprise is not the word. Now that I've learned that Oxford says they got their vaccine from the military, I don't believe your story either.
If you'd said that to me a month ago, that all of that would happen in a month, I'd have thought that was wild.
Yeah, it was wild when it happened at Oxford. It was wild when it happened at Moderna. It was wild when it happened at Pfizer. It was wild when it happened in Johnson & Johnson. And it was wild when it happened at Building 7. It's a wild world we live in.
And it is a wild, wild world that we're living in, apparently. And I want to thank you, John Hanke, for sharing your most recent updated work. In fact, you were actually working on a new video as this webinar began. And so I appreciate you sharing your updates, because what we're working to do here, obviously, is create an actionable conversation, both on an individual and political scale, that can be continue to be updated as we all contribute to it. And before I bring in Professor Sterling Harwood to give his presentation, do you want to add any words, John?
Well, yeah, but I could wait. There's 2 points that I want to make. And one of them is that the parallels with 9/11 are so striking, right? This is a mass murder, and there has to be a response. And I guess we've made, there's a path, right? There's a worn path that the 9/11 Truth Movement has pursued. And we need to try to learn all of those lessons. One of the things that I also want to say is that for me, history has always been my thing, right? My entire life, it's been what I studied, and asking questions, and I guess this is just my personality. Besides being interested in history, I also like finding this little thing that's problematic, right? This thing happened, why didn't Napoleon wear suspenders instead of always holding his pants up the way that we always see him in pictures? That sort of question, and then pursuing it and finding out that when you do, it all this stuff comes unraveling in front of you. And as you saw in the first video, to me, the thing that's really striking about, and really a revelation about the coronavirus, is how obvious it is that this is a global conspiracy, that this is the Western aristocracies pounding, trying to kill as many of the retirees as they possibly can. And in 9/11, you can infer international involvement if you start looking at who internationally, and I would invite people to do that, benefits from the fallout from 9/11, which is a huge increase in the defense budget. Well, I've learned to not think that the profits from the U.S. defense budget only go into the pockets of U.S. aristocrats, and that foreign aristocrats, and right, and you see that in the video, that foreign aristocrats, there's so much powerful evidence that foreign aristocrats were involved in supporting and instigating the Civil War. And I think that they have seen America, and this is a whole nother program perhaps, but America has been such a beacon of democracy. I didn't mean to say this, but I'm going to say it here anyhow. In France, the French Republic is the fourth republic. The French democracy has been overthrown by the European aristocracy 3 times. Well, if they bothered to overthrow the American aristocracy, the French aristocracy 3 times, how many times have they overthrown the American democracy? And the Kennedy assassination is a pretty prime example, isn't it, of the American democracy being overthrown. Anyway, so that I think that we need to, this informs our understanding of 9/11, I think, and for me, certainly, to recognize that that the villains are not just Americans, that the traitors that are so identifiable in the 9/11 conspiracy are also, they have roots that go to Europe, that there are people pushing and interfering in American politics and in American events who are not Russian, but who are members of the European aristocracy. And this has been going on since 1776. I think it's fair to say that American has been a beacon. So that when I guess we can wait for Sterling, but I want to also talk about, so what's the solution? But so let me put that bug in your ear, and we'll come back to it in a few minutes.
Yes, and I think that this conversation of it, obviously the title of your film, the title of this webinar in terms of and comparing COVID to 9/11, an inside job, obviously opens up all of these parallel analyses that are crucial for us to do. And I think to also consider, as you hinted at, to learn some of the even potential stumbling blocks, mistakes of the 9/11 truth movement. For one, I would say maybe we want to incorporate the word justice early on here, and I see you working towards that. What are we going to do? How are we going to solve this situation rather than just know who did it? And on also a full analysis of the 5 W's, the journalistic analysis, the who, what, when, where, why, and then plus the how are crucial. And then also adding on this question of means, motive, and opportunity to bring it into a legal parameter are very, very important. And I say, some of and maybe we can talk about that a little bit more later on in our generalized discussion, but some of the stumbling blocks we ran into with the 9/11 truth movement actually had to do with some of the limit, not only what you addressed, the Alex Jones as the clown of the 9/11 truth movement that basically made the questions impossible or implausible to address. But then we also have limited hangouts and red herrings that would, in certain cases, limit the analysis into maybe even some of these foreign elements in terms of 9/11. Once you start dealing with Building 7 and the World Trade Center, you start dealing with a very heavily Zionist and Israeli contingent there from the Port Authority and Eisenberg, and the connection to Larry Silverstein and his weekly calls to the Prime Minister Netanyahu and all of
and
that.
Zelikow, isn't that his name? The head of the 9/11
so-called, yeah, where they created the analysis beforehand. And so in certain ways, I do see that there is this very powerful parallel where China, in relationship to the COVID inside job, plays the role of the Saudi Arabians in the 9/11 operation, where they become the new patsies in a certain way. And so bringing in that kind of analysis, I think, could be very helpful.
Well, so shall we talk about that for a second? I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, why not? And I don't know, are we ready? Are we ready to move on yet? Okay, there's Sterling. Okay, good. You want to address that real quick, and then we'll move to Sterling?
Take your time.
No, let's come back to it. Let's when I come back on it, let's have that be the first thing we talk about.
Okay. All right. Very cool. And so we're gonna turn to Professor Sterling Harwood now for his own presentation as an extension, as a response to John's films, and then John will come back and respond to the response in many ways. So Thank you very much. Take it away, Professor Sterling Harwood.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate it. And I first want to start by thanking Alan for inviting me and thanking John for such an excellent film. I hope the audience caught that one screen where John toots his own horn in the credits. I think most filmmakers would have a separate screen for each of these items, but he was the producer and director and writer and narrator, and he did the music, and I'm probably forgetting one or two other things that he did, but he put all that on one screen. I usually see that on separate screens in movies. So kudos to John for such an excellent film. I'm going to pick up on two of the excellent elements in his film. Quick disclaimer first, even though I have 2 doctoral degrees, neither one of them is an MD. So I'm not licensed to practice medicine, and I'm not going to. So nothing I say should be construed as medical advice. And if you press me and say, oh, come on, can't you give us just a little bit of advice? Okay, my advice is you should get all of your medical advice from a licensed healthcare professional rather than from me. I didn't want to leave you empty-handed there, so don't say I never gave you anything. So I'm going to pick up on 2 elements. The first element is testing, and just a brief bit on that. And then the main thing I'm going to talk about is the timeline. I want to take the timeline back further into the past than John does, or at least visit some places in between the places that he visits in his film and his addendum. So, but let's get the point about the testing being misplayed, to say the least, or suppressed, as John put it. And I have a special guest, a wingman, to help me out with that, if Alan has the video. It's by a media darling, and it's by a #1 best-selling author, and it's less than 2 minutes long, and it's from a major podcaster as well these days. So I'm hoping we can run the video on testing, and you'll see how radical this statement is by such a media darling and mainstream guy. So Alan, did you have the less than 2 minute film clip? I'm not hearing a yes, so I can, oh, there it is.
One more example. Look at the way that we've conducted COVID testing in this country. We have insisted, almost to the exclusion of anything else, of using the most sophisticated method possible, and that is PCR testing, which is why tests are so expensive, which is why they can only be conducted in medical settings, and which is why it takes so long to get results. But from the beginning, there has been on the table a much easier approach. We could do antigen testing for COVID, right? 50 cents a test. We could do it at home. Just basically you're spitting on a little stick. It's as easy as a home pregnancy test. It takes 5 minutes, right? Why didn't we take that approach? Why didn't we go for mass at-home testing from the beginning? Because regulators and because the medical community said, no, we don't want to do that. Those tests aren't as sensitive. They're not as perfect. We want a perfect system, right? But remember, perfect only counts for basketball. And we're not playing basketball. We're fighting an epidemic. And if everyone did a quick test before they left home in the morning, and we caught 50% of the infectious people before they went out into the world, this epidemic would be over by now, right? We have the means to do this. The technology is super easy, but we didn't do it. Why? Because we're trapped in the wrong paradigm. So next time around, when an epidemic hits us again, as it almost certainly will, I hope we remember how we misplayed this epidemic. We thought we were playing basketball, and we're not.
Thank you. You may have recognized Malcolm Gladwell there, the #1 best-selling author and now podcaster. Media darling, he's interviewed on almost every show I can think to name. So, and that's a pretty radical statement from a guy who's so well entrenched and has a lot to lose if he were to upset the wrong people or the right people, depending on how you look at it. And he says that we could have solved this pandemic by now if we had picked the right test. And it's not even a choice, as some would say, between one test and another. We could have all the tests, let 1,000 flowers bloom on the test, but that wasn't done. And he says it's because we had the wrong paradigm. I think that John, and he can speak for himself, would say it's because they're engaged in mass murder. And if you don't use the right test and you don't end the pandemic quickly, it goes on longer and kills a lot more people, including pensioners and people, disproportionately frontline essential workers and minorities and old people and union members of meatpacking plants and other people that apparently are being allowed to die or targeted here. So that's the testing part. I just wanted to raise that issue. I don't really have an axe to grind. Of course, I'm against mass murder. You may have guessed that. But other than that, I'm willing to go wherever the facts lead. And so my main purpose here is to take the Socratic approach. I'm going to give you factual claims, but they're not my factual claims. Oh, no, I'm a philosopher. So philosophers can't be troubled to get out of their armchairs and go out and roll up their sleeves and dig around and come up with their own facts. That's rarely done. Instead, I'm going to be reading the headlines and going through these slides with you. And I want to use Socratic approach and ask you, the audience, and my fellow panelists here, what should we make of these factual claims, if anything? Maybe it's all, as Jeremy was saying, a matter of limited hangouts and red herrings, but I'd like to go through them because my approach is not to sweep things under the rug or ignore them and hope that they'll go away and allow them to fester or even get some kind of forbidden fruit attraction to other people. So here we're looking at an August the 5th, 2019 article in the New York Times. And deadly germ research is shut down at Army lab. And it was shut down by the CDC, Center for Disease Control. I would consider that a major story myself, but the New York Times saw fit to run it in their newspaper only a couple of days, 3 days after it first appeared in the local paper, the Frederick News Post. And it says that there were 6 security violations, and on July 15th, so 3 weeks before this article appeared, and 3 days after it broke in the local paper, the CDC closed down a bioweapons lab, or they don't like to call it bioweapons lab anymore, so they call it bioterrorism lab. And but it might be more revealing than they think it is, considering who the terrorists really might be. So on July 15th, 2019, they shut down the U.S. AMRID, that's the U.S. Army Biolab, at Fort Detrick. And that sign appears 3 times in John's film. And John says it's not really worth discussing whether there was an accidental release from U.S. AMRID because they still deliberately decided not to clamp down on it. And he's right about that. But, you know, I'm here to raise a little bit of hell, so I'm going to talk about it, even though it's not worth talking about. But according to John, and it might not have been an accident. It could have been a deliberate release. If you dig into the details with the local Frederick News Post article, and also there was a follow-up article on military.com, it turns out the Center for Disease Control listed 6 security breaches at the bioterrorism lab at Fort Detrick in Frederick, Maryland. And that doesn't even include incidents. There are some incidents over and above the 6 security breaches. And one of the incidents was that a door was propped open to a contaminated room, and the contaminated air from that room went into another room, what they call the autoclave room, and no one in that room was wearing what they call respiratory protection. I would call it masks, but there may be other forms of respiratory protection too. So like the whole suit, I suppose. So they weren't wearing respiratory protection. And so when that happened, and it happened before July 15th, because that was one of the reasons why they closed the bioweapons lab or bioterrorism lab on July 15th, is that it had a history of these 6 security breaches, plus some incidents like the one I just described, going back all the way to May of 2018. So now we're getting into the same year. That's the earliest year that John mentions in his film in the timeline, because he talks about the Oxford lab, the Jenner Institute lab, run by Dr. Hill and Dr. Gilbert. They went back to do testing in March of 2018. So in their labs, but in May of 2018 is when you started to have these breakdowns here in the good old US of A. And why is July significant? Well, John takes the timeline back to November in Italy and in New Jersey, but John did not mention in his film, and I think it's because he thinks so little of this study, but Harvard Medical School and the CIA teamed up, as one does, and put out satellite study. And the satellite showed that the parking lots around the hospitals in Wuhan, China, were filling up unusually in August of 2019. Now, it turns out that study can be criticized in lots of different ways. One is that they have underground parking there. So we've yet to develop a satellite that I know of that can take pictures of underground parking. So, but the other thing is it's in August. So it's trying to, I think, throw some red herring or limited hangout or, cast the blame back to China, instead of saying, well, how the heck did Italy get infected and New Jersey get infected in November if it didn't happen in China until December? So the CIA and the Harvard Medical School hit the ball back into the court of the Chinese, so to speak, in August. But then we have July 15th, where they've closed down Fort Detrick Bioterrorism Lab here in Frederick, Maryland. And based on 6 violations, 6 breaches of security that go all the way back to May of 2018. So I think that's rather significant for the timeline. And then John did research. It didn't make the cut to get into the film. It's an amazing job that he did to put so much information into the film as it was. But it showed up, a University of Barcelona study showed that wastewater virus turned up in wastewater in Spain in March of 2019. But March of 2019 is still consistent with Fort Detrick being the source of the virus, because they had trouble going all the way back to May of 2018, remember. So I think more attention needs to be paid to this. You'd think that you'd have reporters out there sent to track down and do some contact tracing. Just in today's New York Times, it was announced that the WHO, World Health Organization, is now putting together a multinational team that's going to try to track the origins of the virus. And that comes out after yesterday's news from Russia Today, but also it's been picked up by the Times of India and the Daily Mail, which is a newspaper that appears in John's film, that China is now blaming India and also Pakistan, in another article I read, for the outbreak in the summer of 2019. So this is still an active issue, and there's still a lot of late breaking and breaking news today on this issue. Why don't we go to the next slide? And so there's the CDC inspection findings, and there was more revealed about the Fort Detrick research suspension. And all their research was suspended when they closed the lab down. It's a bioweapons security level 3 lab and a security level 4 lab. Level 4 is as high as it goes. And it's the leading lab. Various write-ups about it talk about Fort Detrick being the leading bioterrorism lab. I think John and others are fans of the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory, but apparently the Fort Detrick U.S. Army lab is U.S. AMRID, is the leading bioterror lab. Why don't we go to the next slide then, please? And Congress was sitting up and taking notice at various lab incidents. And so this is the USA Today article. Now, USA Today is infamous for having short articles. And I think this one dates all the way back to 2014. So John and I were talking about how the Fort Detrick problems with security seem to be just the tip of the iceberg. And we've got, in our general discussion, Alan has found slides that go back to documenting the U.S. Army releasing live bioagents, germ warfare in San Francisco, New York, and the Pennsylvania Turnpike. So this goes back for many years. And so this USA Today was an investigative report. It had in it a link to a website that USA Today was running about it, but that's been closed down. That link has link rot and doesn't work. But this article is still up, and it's the longest. USA Today is notorious for short articles, and this is like the longest article I've ever seen in USA Today, and it just details one accident or so-called accident after another with bacteria and viruses and you name it. And it's a 2014 article, and it goes back years documenting these things. And as I say, Alan has even more documentation from mainstream sources. I'm using the John Hanke style, very admirable, where he takes mainstream sources and he pulls on a thread. He pulls, as he said, he pulls on a thread, something that doesn't seem to add up, and then the thing starts to unravel, and then he has a broken field with which to run. So, so I'm using these mainstream sources like the New York Times and the USA Today, as well as these lesser known ones like the Frederick News Post, because it happened in their local neck of the woods, and military.com. So why don't we go to the next slide? And yeah, this is the highlighted part. Just give me a second, please. Oh yeah, it talks about how the MERS CoV coronavirus was on the select agent list. Interestingly, I'm not sure John had a chance to say this, but the Middle East respiratory syndrome is not on the select agent list. So yeah, so it's not listed there, but they were working on it. So that means that there's even less of a ability to track what goes wrong with the MERS, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome virus. And they do list it as a coronavirus, and there's even an earlier ancestor that they were working on as early as 2013, which is a coronavirus, which apparently is some sort of relation to both of them. All right, why don't we go to the next one? And this is the timeline. See, timelines are crucially important, as John and the epidemiologists will tell you. And so it falls to me, a layman without any medical degrees, just teaching medical ethics at Cornell University and dealing with doctors in my law practice when we did personal injury cases or medical malpractice cases. That's the extent of my professional experience with this field. But it falls to me to talk about the timeline, because the timeline in the New York Times, and this states from August of 2020, and their timeline begins in December of 2019 in China. And John has already pushed it back before then, and then I would push it back even further with the problems at Fort Detrick, and then you can push it back even further than that with the wastewater that the University of Barcelona found in Spain. And then you can try to push it back even further. The idea is to push it all the way back so you find out patient zero or as close as you can get, because if you can find out where it came from and how it changed over time, you're better able to understand how to prevent it from happening again and how to treat it.
Well, what we're going to find out is that the timeline goes back to 2016, at least, that the Livermore lab was testing using camels and using coronavirus and using bat virus, but in 2016, and that Oxford was testing the vaccine that they have today in March of 2018.
Right.
So this is a virus that was in the hands of these labs, as Sterling in the previous slide showed. These labs don't have to register. SARS and MERS are not considered. You tell me why, right? This coronavirus is not on the dangerous list. Innumerable labs. There's no record of how many labs the Defense Department and Livermore and Rocky Mountain and Dietrich are contracting with to do all of this work. And we're going to see a whole bunch of other slides in the very near future that shows that this virus was manufactured in the laboratories of the U.S. military. I wish we'd get on with it.
Yeah, we will. And the fatality rate, by the way, of MERS, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, the fatality rate was about 35%. So you think you might want to put that on your list of dangerous substances. Okay, why don't we go to the next slide, and I'm eager to open it up for discussion. This is the wastewater that the University of Barcelona found in Spain.
Well, and let me say, so what's the date on this? That the wastewater was found? It's March of 2018, right? March of 2019.
Right.
And so I think that this should inform us that these guys made an attempt to spread the virus in Spain starting in March of 2019, documented. They probably were doing it in Italy and in New Jersey and in Los Angeles and in Brooklyn. I think it's a fair supposition to think that if they were spreading it, which I think I would insist that the circumstantial evidence shows very clearly that they were. This is a bioweapon plot. It was completely in the hands of the U.S. military. These vaccines, it's completely improbable that these vaccines, as we're going to examine in a few minutes when we finish this stuff, these vaccines it had to have been handed to Pfizer and to Moderna and to Oxford. Well, Oxford says it was handed to them by the military. They've come out and said it, which is, I think, why their vaccine is being blocked. They're persona non grata because they have been so forthright about this stuff. But anyhow, when you accumulate the evidence, it seems to appear that they tried to launch the virus in at least, I think March of 2019 is the earliest date that we have. But it may, it might, they were testing it, right? Oxford was testing it in March of a year before this date. And certainly they had results that showed that their vaccine was, their early results that you hear them talk about, 100% effective, that they gave the vaccine to people and had no serious side effects and 100% effective in terms of producing T cells and antibodies in the participants, so that by probably, I would say, June of 2018 is the earliest date that they could have been distributing the virus, because it took them until June of 2018 to certify through Oxford that they had a vaccine that they could use to protect the president and the Joint Chiefs of Staff and Ivanka and anybody else that they chose to protect against their virus. But so this shows, I think that this shows the opening date of the initial assault, which didn't take, right? I don't know if we have a slide and if it's going to be coming up, but the one from Italy, the recent breaking story in the last month at the oldest, it might be just a couple of weeks old, that Italy finally got around to looking for old blood samples and testing them and discovering that back in September, they had 11% of the population in the city that they were doing a cancer test, and they were taking tests from people for consideration of participating in this cancer test that they were doing. And one of the scientists in the project a few weeks ago said, well, geez, we have all these blood samples, let's test them for antibodies. And they did, and found that in September, 11% of that city were immune to the virus because they already had antibodies. This is September of 2018, right? 14 months ago. So it strikes me then that this suggests that there was a dual level in their assault upon the people of the world, and that they must have started off with a lesser viral load when they were infecting people, and that it didn't produce, in fact, illness. It produced immunity, and that these people were able, because they were passing on, when they passed on the virus to the community, they were passing on such a low viral load that people didn't get sick. But they did become immune, and they were able to pass it on. But it was 11% in September. Now, you ask a virologist who's supposed to specialize in this stuff and should be able to get out a calculator and say, well, it spreads at this rate, and therefore, if it was 11% on this date, it had to have been introduced no later than, and then give you the date. But I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't the March date of 2019 in order to achieve an 11% infection level in this area in Italy anyway.
And why are we the ones doing this? The New York Times today says that now they're just starting up an international organization to investigate the origins of the virus. Gee, you think it's about time that somebody do that in the peak of the worst wave ever so far? That might be a good time to start doing that, huh?
Well, you will notice, I think, that very, very few countries, the intelligence agencies of every country on the planet that has an intelligence agency worthy of the name know that 9/11 was an inside job. And the only one that I'm aware of that said it was the president of Iran, who wrote a letter to Bush and said, my intel guys tell me that your guys did this. Did you know that your guys did 9/11? And the New York Times published it with, a 4-page summary before they printed the letter, so that hoping that no one would ever read the letter. But my point is that the Russians knew, and the French knew, and the British knew, and the Germans knew, and the Italians knew, and the Chinese knew, and the Russians knew, and nobody said it. Well, why not? Because they knew that there would be a price to pay. And so while the WHO or the UN or anybody else wants to say, oh, yes, we're going to investigate this, well, they could have been investigating it in February, and they didn't do it then, when it would have been more simple, because there were fewer cases to trace. And nobody has said peep, because they're all terrified. Gee, I wonder why.
So why don't we see the next slide? Oh, that's the August 5th New York Times. And there's the one we talked about with the wastewater. That's the earliest confirmed appearance of the virus, I believe, outside of a laboratory.
So are we done?
Is that the last slide? I thought there were a couple more, Alan. But
I think Alan says that that's the last slide.
We can open it up.
Jeremy and I promised that we would then take up some lessons of 9/11 that are applicable to this virus attack, or some lessons of 9/11 that maybe we should have learned and didn't learn. Jeremy, you want to start, or you want me to start?
Let me briefly start by addressing your crucial point of the quote-unquote dogs that didn't bark in relationship to September 11th, such as those with substantial intelligence organizations that obviously knew what happened, such as, our now newly addressed global nemesis like Russia and China. And it's obviously the case that, for example, Iran, Ahmadinejad understood that there would be political blowback for addressing that publicly. And there were, there were others internationally. There was murmurs from Venezuela and Hugo Chavez. There was some addressing of it in terms of international conferences from Malaysia. That's largely the extent of it. But I think one point that I want to make is that the question of the motive, the why for the quote unquote dogs that didn't bark, such as the big ones like China and Russia in relationship to September 11th, might need to be expanded in terms of their own geopolitical self-interest, in a way that we might need to expand the interests of what is potentially not just an American inside job conspiracy, either in 9/11 or in COVID, potentially, at the very least in terms of taking advantage of it. And that is in the wake, or even, for example, Russia. Putin comes into power pre-9/11 in the wake of very obvious false flag bombings in terms of the apartment bombings, and then post-September 11th takes full advantage of it to further deploy against Chechnya and all of that. China, for example, uses it much more domestically in terms of marrying its capacity for technology with Israel's surveillance technology and creating much more of a domestic surveillance police state, most obviously directed towards Uyghur Muslims and all of that. And the United States is the most obvious one. We created an entirely new, agency, Department of Homeland Security, a department in the wake of this treasonous operation. And so, my suggestion is that this potential transnational interests here could suggest that there are these similar transnational interests related to something like bio-tyranny, biosurveillance in the wake of something like a COVID-19 pandemic. So that's what struck me when you were talking about Russia and China and how to address them, even as, in terms of China, as the Saudi Arabia of COVID, as a patsy. But there's a sort of a certain amount of knowledge or implication in all that that's not being directly addressed on the surface. It could be through, being involved at some level, at a lower level, or at a lower level of knowledge potentially. So I just wanted to put that on the table.
Well, my approach has always been that the comparison in trying to address the question of why did none of the dogs bark is that in Tenochtitlan in Mexico City, in the Aztec era of Mexican history, the Aztecs would invite their enemies to Mexico City to watch the Aztecs murder their own children, cut their chests out, and rip out the hearts of their beloved children so that they could go home and say, those Aztecs are nuts. We do not want to mess with them. Give them the damn corn that they asked for, or the feathers, or whatever it was that the Aztecs may have been demanding. But also, let's not start any stuff. If we have a squabble, we're going to figure out a way of solving it without taking on the Aztecs, because those guys are insane. And I think that the United States was sending that message, and all of the dogs got it and said, yeah, okay, you guys are nuts. If this is what you do to your own people, we think that we're going to let your own people worry about bringing that knowledge to the forefront rather than us saying it and then having to confront this totally insane enemy who is willing to kill 3,000 innocents of their own people and then launch these wars on Afghanistan and poor Iraq. And so the Russians and the Chinese say, well, shrug their shoulders. What are we going to do? We can invite the same sort of monstrous attacks upon ourselves. And I think that the evidence at this point is overwhelming that the SARS attack 20 years ago in China we're going to look at the evidence, but it's clear that was a U.S. military bioweapons attack, as is coronavirus. And the Chinese, and one of the reasons I say that is that the Chinese response to the COVID-19 appearance was the response of a society that was expecting a massive, deadly bioweapons attack. And so apparently the rule in China has been to the local doctors, if you have someone who comes in with a lung problem and you test for pneumonia and it's not pneumonia, and you test for the flu 1 and flu 2, and it's not either one of those, you get on the phone and you call up screaming, I have one. It started. We have. They're doing it, and that they had 8 people in the hospital when they had all of their red flags and alarms going off. Right within 15 days of that, they had the genome posted on the internet, but they had all of the resources of the entire nation focused on Wuhan when they had 8 people in the hospital with respiratory problems. So, that didn't happen in Italy. It didn't happen in the United States. It didn't happen in lots and lots of other places where people were dying in droves before anybody said, "Oh, wait a minute, maybe there's something going on here." Anyway, so what I wanted to talk about was the lessons of 9/11 that perhaps we haven't learned. And I think, I mean, good gravy, how is this not the what was the point of 9/11 if it wasn't to triple the defense budget? Because, you know, you go and you kill a bunch of people in Iraq. Well, that doesn't make any money for anybody. And you go and you kill a bunch of people in Afghanistan. I'm laughing because Cheney said Afghanistan. What are you going to bomb in Afghanistan? We need to have a war with Iraq. And so but if you blow up every mud hut in Afghanistan, it doesn't make you any richer. You have to expand the military budget. So, of course, the expansion of the military budget was I think, and I'm open to being contradicted, I think that was the primary motive of the 9/11 attacks. And then why is it that Alex Jones and the rest of these guys don't support cutting back the military? I mean, let me point out that after World War II, the world told Germany and Japan, you don't get to have a military. You don't get to have one. You can have a domestic military. You are not allowed to have a military that has an external capability. And so they had to take the money that they would have spent on a military and spend it on modernizing their economies and modernizing their factories, especially their auto factories. And then they killed the United States with the result of the modernizations that they were able to do because they had been banned from having a military budget. And my question is, why don't we do that? Why hasn't that ever been on the agenda of the 9/11 Truth Movement? I don't understand. How is it that there are people who are 9/11 truthers and, you know, solid folks, and who look at Trump's relationship with Israel and did not learn the lesson from the experience of 9/11 that Zionism, that the leading members of the 9/11 attacks, the guys who had to go out and walk point and get identified and get, you know, and get talked about, the Larry Silversteins and the Zelikows, and I saw it once. I didn't believe it. Somebody said, "Oh yes, all these people are Zionists," and I didn't believe it. And they showed me the list, and my mouth dropped open. These guys were pushed out to walk point and take the blame. And how does the 9/11 Truth Movement then endorse a guy like Trump, who is, good gravy, the Israelis have been trying to get the U.S. to move their embassy to Jerusalem for the last 60 years. And Trump did it without them asking, right? The Israelis have this horrendous crackdown on the Palestinians. It's the seizure of the land. For the first time in 70 years, the Israelis have announced that they are going to steal. They are going to appropriate. It's no longer occupied lands. They are taking these lands and they are bringing them in and they are making them Israel. And, you know, just all this language in the UN Charter that says you don't get to do what the Nazis did, which is invade other countries and take their land and claim it as your own. And Israel's doing it, and Trump is sitting there with his, you know, twiddling his thumbs or whistling Dixie. I don't understand. So I think that one of the lessons of this event should be to wake people up in the 9/11 Truth Movement that they made a mistake endorsing Trump, that they should have been able to look at Trump's Zionist friendships and should have been able to look at Trump's just insane enthusiasm. He gave the Pentagon more money than they asked for. He gave the Pentagon like $30 billion more money than they asked for. And the Pentagon guys were looking at each other saying, well, geez, what are we going to do with all this money?
And like you pointed out, named a Raytheon lobbyist to head the Pentagon.
Oh my.
And that's such a rich area. I almost think we have to plan an entire webinar around these commonalities. But we are running like more than a half hour behind now. And I think we should begin to move into our next slides and general conversation.
Well, let me say two things.
And I do want to say, John, is that don't worry too. There's a few questions. We've already gotten 15 questions, and a few of them are from members of the 9/11 Truth Movement withstanding. So it'll come back. Yeah.
Oh, very good. Very good. Well, and people should know, I don't know if the people in the audience know about your standing and Alan's standing and my standing for that matter in the 9/11 Truth Movement, but I put out a video called 9/11 Justice, 3 or 4 months after 9/11 saying that there was an inside job, those guys did it, based on the stand down, right? Based primarily on the stand down that occurred as the planes were approaching the Pentagon, and the guy in charge of air defense was made the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He should have, if he had been Russian, he'd have been shot for being in charge of air defense and not shooting down any of these planes, not shooting at any of these planes. Anyhow, did I say that we need to get rid of billionaires? Did I mention that before?
Not explicitly.
I'm sorry?
Not explicitly, you didn't.
Well, so let me say that explicitly. And when I say get rid of the military industrial complex, that's a vague name. It's the billionaires who own Raytheon and the rest of the defense industries. These are the billionaires. It's the billionaires who you can't make freaking $850 billion play in the stock market unless you're a billionaire. And that's how much has been made on the stock market. It was in the video, you all saw it, by billionaires exploiting this virus event. And it's my observation, it's what I would like to have seen be the prime lesson of 9/11, and I'd like to see it be the prime lesson of the catastrophe of the coronavirus in the United States and worldwide, that you can't have democracy and have billionaires. You can't do it. It's not possible. You can't say everybody's equal and everybody has an equal vote when one guy has, if you have $1 billion, you have $999,999,000 in disposable income, whereas I have $5. After I've paid all my bills, I got $5 and you have all of that. So it's, geez.
At the very least, as long as corporations that they own are people and money is considered political speech.
Right.
In our society. Yeah.
Right. That's correct. But so let me also observe that private citizens are not allowed to own nuclear weapons. Well, they should also not be allowed to own $1 billion. You just, you don't let people have nuclear weapons. Why not? Well, because it's not worth the risk to the society to allow them to have that freedom. And I would insist that it is not worth the risk, because whatever laws you pass, billionaires are going to find lawyers who will wheedle their way around it, right? You can't stop them. Money penetrates more than coronavirus spores, right? You can't keep it out of the political system. So you say, well, it's like nuclear weapons, and it's a hazard to society. It's a danger to society. It destroys, in fact, the democracy. We need to get rid of it. And then we can take the money and spend it on public schools. So I wanted to say that. And having said that, I'm almost done. I also want to say that I feel so privileged to have participated with you guys the last couple of weeks. I've learned so much. People are going to be floored by the discussion that's coming up. It's contains so much crazy information that I did not have in my possession a week ago. So I feel privileged and honored, and we got some heavy hitters. So let's do this.
Let's do it. And we'll go at least a half hour longer since we're running at least that far behind. But we'll just keep the conversation going as long as we can. And I'll try to bring in some of our written questions as they become addressable, actually, too.
So let me talk really fast. If you try to prove to somebody that the earth goes around the sun, it's really, really hard to do until you accumulate all of this evidence. If you walk up to them and say, oh, look at this comet, that proves that the earth goes around the sun. Well, actually, it's an important piece of evidence, but by itself, it's not. And the charge that the military is responsible for this virus and inflicted it intentionally on the people of the United States is perhaps irresponsible until you put it in the context of that list that's on the screen and the context of all of the stuff you guys are about to see. And in that situation, right, there's this thing about circumstantial evidence. And once you have built enough circumstantial evidence that the conclusion is inescapable, well, this is a different situation than making a wild accusation, and that an accusation that is wild outside of the context is very different from an accusation that is placed in the context of evidence that demands the drawing of that conclusion, that demands that inference be made. People just saw the movie. I don't know that anybody needs to go over this, but do you want to read that, Jeremy?
Yes. Okay.
Just quickly.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, people, you can make the go full screen here to see it better. Okay, what the facts tell us. Fact: Trump acts like he's Superman. Fact: the lab had the vaccine in 19 days. Fact: the U.S. pumped in $1 billion. Fact: Pentagon says we will deliver. Fact: the Pentagon makes bioweapons. Fact: the anthrax came from this lab. They make vaccines for their bioweapons.
Right, and it's not a weapon; it's a hazard, right? If at Livermore they create this combination, right, Chimera or Chimera, whichever, where you take, it's a genetically modified organism, to take two organisms that individually are not, one of them's lethal and the other one is transmissible, but neither of them, the transmissible one doesn't kill people and the deadly one isn't transmissible, and you combine them, which is what they did. As we're going to see, that it's still just a hazard until you have a vaccine, so that the perpetrators can protect themselves while they're killing their targeted populations.
Can I ask a quick question about that slide? It says the anthrax came from the lab, but the guy, the dead guy, conveniently dead guy they blamed it on came from Fort Detrick, but they weren't able to trace the genetic structure of the anthrax back to the type that was used in Fort Detrick, were they?
Absolutely, they were. It's in the movie. There's a slide from UCLA. I mean, I get my information from the UCLA medical school, which I presume is neutral and extremely reliable. And they say, and I've never seen anybody raise it as being controversial, the genetics of the anthrax weapon and the genetics of the anthrax at Detrick were identical.
Oh, okay.
They were so identical, we know they didn't come from two different cows in the same herd. They came from the same cow.
That sounds definitive.
You're right. UCLA thought so.
I'd like to put forth a few. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
Patsy died. I might want to double check something.
I want to put forth a few questions, the written questions during this slide, and then we can move on, because I think it's the right time to address them, if y'all are okay with that.
Go.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. So from Kathleen Sobolewski, is it not possible that the virus was seeded at the international military exercises being held in Wuhan in October 2019? Are these the Americans that Esper spoke about bringing home? Question mark.
I don't know. Oh, well, no, I think it's very clear that when Esper spoke, he was talking about the people that you see on the plane. And there were articles, right, from the New York Times, I think, but all sorts of articles where reporters interviewed the people by, I forget, it's like 43,000, and it might be 143,000 people who came back to the United States from China. The number was on the screen. I don't remember what it is. People who came back, and all of them said they were shocked at the lack of screening that they went through. They were expecting to have blood taken, and they got asked a very minimal number of questions and then sent upon their way. Yeah, and I know I just missed half of that question. The other question was, is it possible that the virus was spread by the U.S. military in Wuhan? And certainly it's possible. I would have thought, if I were the U.S. military, I wouldn't have used that as the occasion. But, as with 9/11, they did what they did, and they didn't care who knew it. Right? They wanted, I think, the intelligence agencies of the world to know that this was them killing their own people on 9/11. And it may be that they wanted the Chinese to know that this was the U.S. military delivering this, lethal bio weapon to China. So it may have come with the army. They may have used a more subtle manner of doing it. This is an interesting question. I mean, if the army was going to Wuhan, why did they release the virus in Wuhan? I I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe they hadn't anticipated the military going to Wuhan. Maybe the military did. The short answer is I don't know.
Okay. And let me ask one more question while we're on this, is from Anonymous. Setting aside all of the motives and objectives of those who engineered the 9/11 false flag attacks, and given the lack of official response to the proven false flag anthrax attacks using Fort Detrick's weapons-grade anthrax, specifically targeting the U.S. senators resisting the Patriot Act, isn't it incumbent upon us to accurately identify the underlying objectives and motives of those individuals and institutions that control U.S. biological weapons development and implementation to engineer and unleash upon the U.S. under the blatantly specious and fraudulent cover of quote-unquote gain of function U.S. biolab gene splicing of naturally occurring animal viruses and bacteria with properties that could not have occurred in nature to infect humans, to literally creating a pandemic causing infectious disease such as SARS-CoV-2. In this context, we must also assume the rushing of 5 mRNA COVID-19 vaccines and the AstraZeneca vaccine for immediate inoculations of the U.S. public is the first objective of those who originally created the weapon and unleashed it with the intent to facilitate runaway transmissions and COVID deaths, particularly in the U.S. This drastically begs the question, what are all the actual covert objectives and motives underlying especially the first 6 vaccines in addition to those subsequently released? And then 2 additional sentences. U.S. biological weapons lab, quote unquote, accidental releases are perfect cover to quote unquote explain or veil intentional releases of bioweapons tests and covert attacks. Killing off a good percentage of useless eaters in the U.S. is not the only covert objective of ensuring the transmissions were not contained through testing and effective lockdowns, quarantining. Rushing the vaccines to the quote unquote rescue is the primary or first covert objective of the motives behind the creation and release of the SARS-CoV-2 U.S. bioweapon.
So that says we should be suspicious of the vaccines. Is that a correct reading of that statement?
It sounds that this question is, the assertion is that is a central motive, or the central motive is the question of what is with these vaccines. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, I think that it is certainly reasonable for everyone to be suspicious of the vaccines. I don't think that it is, I'm not persuaded that the vaccines is the primary motive, that getting everybody to accept these vaccines is the primary motive. It's plausible. I don't think so. And in addition to which, I think that it's very clear that and it's in the addendum. I was wrestling with this question of why are they suppressing the Oxford vaccine? They gave it to them. Why are they now suppressing it? And I think the conclusion that I draw is that the Oxford people didn't get permission from the perpetrators before they started saying, hey, we have a vaccine that works. I think that one got, the perpetrators didn't anticipate the Chinese corralling the vaccine and wiping it out, exterminating the threat of the vaccine with 4,000 people dead. They did not anticipate that. And it makes them, God, it's just been so devastating to the U.S. reputation. Right, here's the country that was the first to get to the moon, but they can't manage to control this virus that all of these third world countries, right? There was that slide from South Africa. Was there a slide from South Africa? I don't know. South Africa is just doing a monstrous job in exterminating the virus, and all sorts of other countries have done a really, really, I'm sorry?
Finish your thought, John. I didn't mean to interrupt.
What was I? I was saying that it's my observation, given the way that Oxford is being kicked around at the moment, that they were not supposed to release this vaccine. I think it's very, very clear, and if we had a 4-hour program, we would go into it in detail. But I think it's clear that the Oxford people, that their testing was sabotaged. It overtly sabotaged in the U.S. when They blocked them from finishing it. They had started it, and they had to give a second dose within 30 days. And so they blocked them for 45 days. And when the testing, all of the testing, I don't remember how many tens of thousands of people had been involved. And once all of it had been, once they were in a position to completely ruin everything that Oxford had done in the United States, then they said, okay, you can resume, except it was now too late. The notion that there was a headline that said AstraZeneca is investigating how the hell it is that someone gave half a dose. How did that happen? You know, these guys can count. They can add 1 and 1 and get 2, and they know the difference between a full dose and a half dose. And AstraZeneca was absolutely puzzled at how the hell this had happened. And when they found out that it had happened, they said, well, all right, so we'll continue with the test with a half dose. But how the hell is it that it transpired? What dark covert operative got in and somehow managed to make it so that people got a half a dose instead of a full dose, so that hopefully the vaccine wouldn't work? And I think you can also do simple math when they got, it's 1 + 1 = 2. You got 2 identical cars sitting next to each other, and you put 1 gallon in one and 10 gallons in the other. Which one is going to go further? Well, unless somebody has gotten under the hood and sabotaged the car with 10 gallons, it's going to go 10 times further. And with the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine, somebody got under the hood and sabotaged that testing, or it's the most basic. You won't find any contradiction in any of the research. I mean, that's what I've been doing since February, is beating my brains out with this crap, and never saw anything to suggest that it would make any sense, that it wouldn't contradict everything that everybody knows about vaccines and how they work, that a full dose would not be more effective than a half dose. It might produce more side effects, that's the issue. There's no question about a full dose is going to be more effective than a half dose. The only issue about what dose should we give has to do with side effects. So these guys got sabotaged. My point is that, to answer this question, Oxford was not supposed to come out with this vaccine. I think all of that evidence shows that they acted on their own and said, oh, well, we got a spike coronavirus vaccine. Let's see if it works. And it worked better on coronavirus than it did on MERS. And I suspect that that's because it was made to stop coronavirus and not made to stop MERS. But so then the perpetrators are in the position that Oxford is coming out with this vaccine. What are we going to do? What are we going to do when people ask Oxford where they got it? And they tell us, as you saw in the video, well, we got it from Rocky Mountain Labs in March of 2018. So in order to smokescreen that, they told all of these other companies, you send us an RNA potential vaccine, and we will send you back a real RNA vaccine that works. That has to be what transpired. We're going to see all of that evidence that supports that statement in a moment. But, one of these guys was Moderna. They spent 2 days doing something that should have taken 10 to 20 years. They spent 2 days, and of course, and they sent it out to the lab to get manufactured. And when it came back, it worked. Well, they sent it out to the lab, and what they got back was Livermore, and who knows how many other agents hired by Lawrence Livermore and Rocky Mountain Labs and Dietrich. Probably not Dietrich, because they're under such a spotlight. But these other guys, I didn't know that Livermore did bioweapons, but we have. It's one of the slides, them bragging about how they're working on bioweapons, a coronavirus bioweapons. Anyway, so the question is, should you trust the vaccines? Well, yes and no, and yes. No, because of course the perpetrators are providing them. So of course you would never use something that was provided by those monsters. But the yes is that, but they didn't do it on purpose. They didn't want to. This wasn't part of their plan. Oxford forced them to come out with the vaccines 10 years earlier than they would have. They were planning to sell everybody in the world Regeneron for the next 10 years. Well, people struggled to avoid getting the virus, and now they're having that rug pulled out from under them. But I think there's reason to suspect. And after 200,000 medical workers have received the virus and not gotten ill, I'm 68. I'm going to get the virus probably at that point, but I don't want
You
my
mean the
kids,
vaccine, I think.
the vaccine. Thank you very much. I don't want my kids to get it. I'm saying, but let me also point out that if you can get a low dose of the virus, go ahead and do it, because there's all of this testing and evidence that shows that a low dose of the virus ends up being a vaccination. But anyway, let me say that one more time as quickly and simply and straightforward as I can. At my age and risk factor, when there have been 200,000 people who received the virus with no ill effects, well, I'm not going to live that much longer anyway. I'm going to be very open and very seriously considering getting the vaccine. I would not let my kids get it, because they ain't going to die from it anyway. They're much more liable to die from the vaccine or have harmful effects from the vaccine than they are to have harmful effects from the virus. And that would go for, I'm not a, I got a credential to teach AP biology in high school. And I've been studying my ass off. And it's my experience that when I read some doctor spouting off about one thing or another, that I typically look at it and say, well, this guy, he needs to do a lot more reading before he opens his mouth. So if you're under 35, you don't need to get vaccinated, I don't think, probably. But if you're over 65, you should probably consider it when we've had all of the fallout that we're gonna have. I think you might want to consider it. But I don't think that they did this in order to force people to get vaccinated. They did this in order to kill the retirees. They did this in order to empty out the nursing homes. They did this in order to make a bunch of pharmaceutical money. They did this in order to blame China. And then, because you see, you can't build aircraft carriers to fight guys in pickup trucks in the Middle East who have been defeated. What's going to be the justification for the defense budget next year? Well, we have to paint China as the new villain. And so that might even be the primary reason that they did it. But the Chinese, Jesus, the Chinese just killed them, right? Between shutting down the virus and the Chinese published the genome, and the president of China called up Trump on February 6th and said, this stuff is deadly. You better watch out and tell people to wear masks, says the president. And then Trump tells us, we know this because Trump told us that that's what she told him. That indicates very clearly that the Chinese are not behind this. It's somebody else. I think I said enough. Yeah.
Yeah. And let's keep moving through some more slides.
Okay.
And we'll do a few more questions.
Super quick. Another reason why AstraZeneca Oxford was sabotaged, or a motive for it. That's the questioner was asking for a motive. AstraZeneca is Oxford's on record saying that they were going to sell it at cost between $3 and $4 a dose.
Right.
So that undercuts the profit motive. Plus, it's a single shot vaccination instead of 2 shots with the other messenger RNA. And then the messenger RNA ones, the Pfizer and Moderna, they require super cold temperatures, especially Pfizer. And that's a whole infrastructure that they can sell us and make even more money. So I think money is a motive, and power, control over the situation is a motive. So that bolsters, at least it's intended to bolster what John was saying.
We haven't talked about this picture. All of the people at the White House, if you listen to anybody from the White House press corps talk about their job, they just dread going into this den of death. And here you have a guy, that's a New York Times photographer, Doug Mills. He's saying that he figures that all of the key players have been vaccinated, and this is April 20th that he's saying it. My point is that I'm not the lone nut. That all of the guys in the press corps in Washington think that Trump has been vaccinated.
And he was talking to a Fox News reporter when he was saying that.
As a matter of fact. Next slide, though, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, this is the timeline. It takes so long, years and years to produce a vaccine.
Okay, I'll read this. The 5 stages of vaccine development. A vaccine usually takes more than 10 years to develop and costs up to $500 million. Discovery research, 2 to 5 years, up to 100 potential vaccines. 2, preclinical, 2 years, 20 potential vaccines. 3, clinical development. Phase 1, is it safe? 1 to 2 years, 10 potential vaccines. Phase 2, does it activate an immune response? 2 to 3 years, 5 potential vaccines. And phase 3, does it protect against the disease? 2 to 4 years, 1 potential vaccine. 4, regulatory review and approval, 1 to 2 years, 1 vaccine. 5, manufacturing and delivery. Manufacturing vaccines require specialist facilities that are highly regulated and expensive to develop. It usually starts following phase 2 clinical trials to develop the thousands of doses needed for phase 3 trials.
So I'm happy to say, so this is one person's estimate that it takes 10 years. And if you go to the Monsanto website, they say a GMO takes 13 years. But let's go on. There's more and better slides.
Yeah, Trump said at the White House briefing it takes 8 to 12 years, and it's 5 times faster that they developed it. So even from Trump, he's admitting that they couldn't possibly have done it.
But this is the one that's just a killer, right? And this material is in the addendum. That is the thing. The evidence that this is just so ridiculous is in the addendum. All of these companies, mRNA technology, conceptually, they all invested heavily into it 10 years ago, and they have been trying for 10 years to develop an mRNA medicine that worked, and without success. And one of the issues is that if you just take a clip of mRNA and inject it into people, the body just immediately kills it. The body immediately recognizes it and kills it. And about 10 years ago, somebody discovered that if you tweak it a little bit and inject it, maybe it won't get killed. But if you tweak it too much, if you don't tweak it enough, it'll get killed. And if you tweak it too much, you've changed it too fundamentally from the original that it won't produce the response. Right, your immune system response won't be targeted sufficiently accurately that the immune response will then be effective against the virus when you get infected. If all of that sounded complicated, good, because it's complicated as hell. And these guys haven't had one example of success in 10 years, but these guys did it in 2 days. I don't know how it could possibly be more obvious. Somebody handed them the vaccine, and at what point in the process they were handed the vaccine, I don't know. It strikes me as a plausible scenario because it doesn't involve the personnel at the Moderna, for example, being involved in the conspiracy. You tell them, look, come up with something and just hand us a damn vial, would you? Or you come up with a formula. You don't have to come up with the vial. You come up with the formula. You tell us what formula of mRNA you want, and we will then deliver it to you. And so the guy picks something just completely at random. When you read these explanations, they do not discuss how it was that they made this selection of this part of the 30,000 lines of code over that part of the 30,000 lines of code. They just randomly selected something because they told them to, and they sent it out. And when it came back, they got a vial. And the guy in the video, right, you get to see the guy hold up the vial and say, "Oh, this is the one." And the guy says, "Really? That's the first one?" Yeah, that's the first one, and here it is. And what do you know? 90% effective. Sure. Well, I would argue that it's one chance in a million that you would, right, given that track record, given that context, that in 10 years of trying, these guys haven't had a success yet, but in 2 days, this guy just randomly picked something up, and it's a just crazy success, 90%, that the chances are 1 in a million. But you've got 1 in a million, but then you not only have Moderna, you have Pfizer, and you have Johnson & Johnson, and you have Oxford. So you have 4 examples of 1 in a million, which is a 1 with 24 zeros behind it. And I think that might be a trillion quadrillion. I've never heard a number bigger than a quadrillion, but it goes million, billion, trillion, quadrillion. I don't know what's bigger than that. Anyway, the point is, it's proof It's not beyond a doubt. It is the most solid proof you could possibly ask for that these vaccines are coming from military bioweapons labs.
And meanwhile, I want to also then take this opportunity to pose a question that many people have asked, which is in juxtaposition. This is the way I would pose it: in juxtaposition to this very highly suspect territory surrounding all of this, in terms of the development of the vaccines and all of that, the background, the intent in some people's minds, right? At the very same time, there is a virtual enforced silence at the public health level around such things as that is every single individual has had the capacity to directly take into their hands, such as the question of natural immunity, vitamin D, the bolstering of the immune system. And so I do want to read the one question there, because like my proposal here is, before all of this question of vaccines, we have this a 3-part policy proposal that could really end the pandemic over the winter if we were serious. One, of course, is high quality N95 masks, use defense production, like John, you've been talking about, we could use it immediately. There's Sterling Point, that's his N100 mask. I have an N95 that I then cover with a charcoal-based surgical mask. So you basically get both. You get both the N95 protection and you protect it from going out. There are DIY approaches, such as putting it as salt in coating, which actually becomes antiviral. And in terms of medical interventions, we do have to watch out for quote unquote unintended consequences. We've seen this for many, many years in terms of antibiotics, developing superbugs that can kill people in hospitals, but also even the question of, cloth masks worn for a long period of time do create an environment that can create a problem with bacteria. So the question of DIY salt masks, as you breathe into them more, the salt actually becomes more of a perfected lattice, destroying viruses. It's antibacterial too. Salt is in many cases too. So that's one thing. N95s right now deploy the Defense Production Act. Alan Reese has pointed out that Trump basically had federal access to the machines that create N95 masks and somehow just suppressed all of that. So N95 full production for everyone who wants it, basically. Remember, the United States Post Office was about to deploy it around the entire country when Trump shut it down. Number two is this question that Sterling pointed out in his presentation, which is a question of rapid testing, at home rapid testing. Right now it's called rapid antigen testing, RAT, but I would just say let's switch the A and the R and call it antigen rapid testing, and it would be the art of the deal, basically, and everyone could then have immediate access to test themselves on Mondays and Fridays, thus the work week and then the weekend, and we would take control of our own, whether we are communicating the virus to others, which is really the key point of being able to care for others in our community. Because there are questions also about the question of efficacy around the PCR test, the polymerase chain reaction. John, in our discussion yesterday, you pointed out that it's very rarely talked about the amount of cycling, the cycles that they run on the PCR test has to do with how sensitive it's picking up the fragments, I believe the RNA fragments. And there's a lot of discussion amongst educated people about whether the somewhere in the realm of 27 to 35 is in the realm of where you might believe that someone is actually communicating the virus. But once you get up to 40, above that, you're talking about the past, and you're talking about a murder investigator rather than a security guard or an armed homeowner who's stopping a crime in progress, which is what you then use. You can use the antigen rapid test to basically make sure that you are not communicating virus outside of your home at the very least. And then number three, and this is where I'd like to pose this question, is vitamin D. It's been all around the world. There are serious studies, both looking backwards and in controlled climates, that show that vitamin D levels in the blood are highly indicative in relationship to lower vitamin D levels appear to relate to worse outcomes in relation to vitamin D. And so this question from Robin, she says, I've been following the value of vitamin D protection. There's research now showing that a blood test vitamin D count of at least 50 nanograms, I think it is, per milliliter is protective, and a blood level of 30 is not good protection. A couple comments. One, people with darker skin do not make as much vitamin D from sun exposure. They need more sun exposure. Is there a possibility that people of color are dying more because of less vitamin D? And two, is it possible that we're having a surge because there's less sun in the fall and winter, so more people are getting sick due to their skin making less vitamin D? And I just would want to immediately address it that my sense is that this is what is likely some aspect of what is going on here. And when you have a population, African Americans, who are brought to the northern hemisphere from Africa, and the studies are there in terms of endogenous production of vitamin D is largely done through the sun. And vitamin D operates in the body as almost an endogenous steroidal function that deals with a lot of the body's immune systems. And I think it's very, very clear that for example, the UK, England at this very moment is about to release 2.5 million people's vitamin D. They are going to provide it for people who are in the most danger right now of having lower levels of vitamin D during the winter. And what these studies show is it doesn't matter in terms of ethnicity and skin color in terms of reduced amount of vitamin D in the blood in terms of bad outcomes. However, there are also studies that show that people who have more melanin need more sun for the endogenous production of vitamin D. So there is very likely an inherent racist outcome in relationship to this specific virus and its disease that massively affects African Americans and people of color more. And in fact, just one last thing I want to point out is that the Dakotas are quickly becoming the African Americans of the United States in many ways. We are already where 1 in 1,000 of all African Americans had already died of COVID. That was a couple months ago, I believe. And now it's down to 1 in 800 and something African Americans have died of COVID. Not outcomes, 1 in 800 total are in that realm. And in the Dakotas, we're almost at the place of 1 in 1,000, I believe, Dakotans have died of COVID. And so I just wanted to put that forth, and we can move on unless you guys want to address that.
No, go
Let me
ahead.
just say that this is a cloth mask, and it's got a valve in it. And Los Angeles air is so terrible that I got this 2 years ago. Right, I got this for LA Air, but it has a valve and it's cloth, and I didn't realize. I mean, I use N95s when I'm working with cement or grinding or doing any sort of dirty household. I mean, for me, household chores are heavy duty construction very often, but I never had to wear those masks for more than 5 or 10 minutes while I'm doing the grinding, and so I never realized how uncomfortable they were until I tried to wear one for 4 or 5 hours. This thing is comfortable. It is so much more comfortable than one of those masks. So if you're having trouble tolerating the mask that you're wearing, I would recommend something like this because it's so much more comfortable on that basis. But
yeah,
that's it.
And so
that's
then
my plug.
The issue, of course, with those is then the exhalation valve in terms of the spreading of virus, which is then
correct.
Suggests then you add another layer, and that's where I say people might want to go look into this question of using surgical masks and layering them with salt. And one last thing I have, we were able to, it's called a BioScarf actually. And it's an N95 scarf. And so, for scenarios in the winter where you can basically wear it around as a scarf, but it then actually you wrap it around and it can actually N95 and then you can wash it. And so there's all kinds of possibilities where it doesn't have to be super oppressive.
Without getting the vaccine.
Yeah.
Which is invasive and dangerous and certainly coming from people that we don't recommend that you trust ever under any circumstances.
And even in terms of the time scheme, we could do this if we had political leadership combined with individual leadership. We could do the three planks: N95s for all, antigen rapid testing, ART for all who want it, and then vitamin D upping for most, especially those who are most at risk.
Well, and so there's that slide of South Africa that shows that, you know, they are not a developed country. There are lots and lots of people, tens of millions of people in South Africa who are living near the poverty line, but that hasn't stopped them from taking the measures that were needed to squash. I mean, it's also not a small country, right? It's got a very, very substantial population. But I think that when you put those two together and with the notion that you're comparing the politics, right? Which country took the political decision to take the necessary steps, made the political decision to take the necessary steps that were not expensive because they didn't have the money. They don't have the equipment to make expensive programs. But so, yeah, well, everything that you just said, vitamin D and masks are not expensive.
No. Okay, should we keep moving?
Yes.
Okay.
My mask, by the way, costs $45, and the 2 filters are sold as a pair for $27. So for less than $75, I bought it off of Amazon.com. And unsolicited testimonial here. And
so
you can even get one for $13, $14, and it's made by 3M, a known company.
So with this slide, this is UCLA again. I should go get my UCLA hat and put it on. My daughter went there. My mother went there.
Yeah.
My father went. My father and older sister went to USC. So on veterans, right? Money. Anyhow, UCLA started looking at their emergency room records. This one woman, whoever it is, I mean, she's a high-ranking member of the UCLA faculty and medical staff, and she discovered that there was an unbroken line between the wave of lung patients that they had before September and the wave of lung patients that they had after March. It just, it was an unbroken line that flows one into the other. And how do you look at that and say, well, at some point there's a huge disjoint between the people who had lung problems not caused by coronavirus and then the people who did have, right? Once they had testing, they were able to say all of the people on this line had coronavirus. But the line goes back to at least September. And, this was printed in the Los Angeles Times. I read and get articles from all over the country every single day. I never saw it anyplace else because, of course, it's not significant. But we can go on to the next slide. There's a pile of evidence that we have showing that the virus was all over the place long before it appeared in China. And I'll throw in that, they say, oh, China in November. They found one guy who he was 80 years old. He never went out and he had coronavirus, and there are no cases before and no cases afterwards. And they don't have any idea how he got it. And then a month later, you had 8 people in the hospital in Wuhan, but nobody has a good clue how this particular individual who then puts the date in November, but it's just one person. Whereas in Italy, the numbers are much larger, and in Los Angeles, they're in the thousands. Oh my goodness. So I'm going to talk about this, and anybody who wants to pick up the slack can. The headline is misleading. It says San Francisco. Well, because it comes from the San Francisco paper, but when you get into the article, you find out it wasn't just San Francisco. It was all over the country. And it may be that the next slide, can we see the next slide and see if that isn't the section? Well, it's the same article, but so try the next slide. There it is. Oh, well, 239 tests. It's the same information that they did it all over the country 239 times. that is, and this is the data they stopped collecting. They stopped the military managed to cut it off. This is like 1977. Before 1977, and as far as we know, never after that, the Army conducted 239 secret open-air germ warfare tests. So when I suggest that they were going around deliberately giving the virus to people, I'd like somebody to say, well, U.S. Army wouldn't do such a thing. And if they wanted to, they didn't have any experience or knowledge about how to do it well. Booyah, there it is. They sure in hell did have lots and lots and lots and lots, just insane amount of experience. And then these are not harmless viruses that they're distributing. They had to make people sick so that they would know whether or not they contracted the germs. Anyhow, so right, I was saying how when you have enough circumstantial evidence, when you have enough context for your radical charge, your extreme charge, if you have the proper evidence, it's no longer an extreme or radical charge. The notion that the U.S. military would do this is a big fat duh. What's taken them so long? That's the only. Well, they needed Trump to be president. That's it. And I don't really say that in order to bash Trump. I say that because I'm trying to think. Well, why did they do it now? And let me ask that question and invite anybody to answer it any way they choose to. But my observation is that my guess, and this is a worthless guess, but it's not like I'm not paying attention. It's an educated guess if it's a worthless guess. Anyway, my guess is that they looked at Trump's election numbers and they said, this guy's done. That they must have known back in, what are we talking about now, early 2019, that Trump was not going to be able to get reelected. And they thought, well, geez, if we're going to do this, and right, the video makes the point that the Republicans have every year since the legislation was passed has been screaming that they wanted to cut Medicare and Social Security payments, and this was their big chance. Trump gave a speech in which he used language that suggested that he had something in mind out of the usual, because he said you can't just do it in their faces because you won't win another election. Jeb Bush came walking in with a $20 million war chest and said, yeah, we're going to cut Medicare and Social Security. Couldn't get 4% of the vote. Well, he also had a brother who had done 9/11. But anyway, I'm done. What do we got?
Part of
this is a scene from the same article of that, saying that they also gave it to people in New York subways, and they also gave it to people on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. 239 times. They did it all over the place. I have a study we're not going to see where I think they did it in a Maine leather factory. But anyway, yes, right.
In the San Francisco context, it was claimed, right, that it was not going to be harmful, the bacteria that they used, but then the grandfather died and then tried to sue the government and was unable to do so, even though he could prove the connection between the family could prove the connection between the death and the release of the bacteria.
And so now we have this thing about giving Native Americans blankets with smallpox. And I don't know what anybody wants to say. What this triggers in my head is that the aristocracy that is doing this to us today, and that did 9/11, and that decided to have World War I, and that decided to have World War II, and that decided to have the Holocaust and exterminate all of these poor Jewish people in Europe. This is the same aristocracy that is involved in the genocide against Native Americans and the virtual genocide against Africans in the slave trade. That's the same people, right? It's the same class of people. The instruction manual that comes when you're born an aristocrat, I don't think has changed in the last 400 or 500 years. Certainly the morality has not changed in the last 400 or 500 years.
And I would just point out, as a Jewish American, that now the aristocratic Jewish power structure has its own state that is a criminal terrorist state sponsor.
Oh my God. Well, and you cannot. It'll take 30 seconds, so I'll say it. But there's a book. I've got it sitting out in in one of my many bookshelves, anyway, written by a guy complaining about the way that Jewish people were treated after the Holocaust when they went into banks and said, my father had an account here, I'd like to take out the money. And they were denied, they were told, well, go get the Nazis to supply you a death certificate from Auschwitz and bring it back, and then we will consider giving you the money that was in the bank account. And it's estimated that the Jewish people of the Holocaust victims lost $1 trillion. And there's all sorts of different reasons to. I had a Holocaust survivor tell me that he was 9 and the SS was going around knocking on doors looking for him. I believe he lived in Paris at the time. And he looks at me and he says, why would the SS be looking for a 9-year-old? And the only answer to that question is because they didn't want you walking into a bank when this is over and demanding your father's bank account. That's why they wanted to exterminate all of the heirs so that they could just steal this money. And I said all that to say this: the Rothschild banks were the worst in their treatment of the people who came in. They left the Rothschild banks crying and feeling very, 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 very abused by the right. I mean, the Rothschild banks were hostile in their treatment of the people who came in without death certificates. And I think some of them had the bank books in their hand. And the bank said, you got the bank book, we won't let you have the account until you bring us a death certificate. Anyway, but so here's another example. Gee, the United States involved in biowarfare? Well, yeah. Duh. Next. No, seriously. Next slide. Yeah. I mean, that's just one example, but there's so many. The slide before was 239 examples. So yes, there's one more.
But they must have stopped that in the 70s.
Yeah.
Just like they stopped covert operations.
Yeah. Well, and all of, so here's another. 1977 is one of the times that this came out. Well, and let me point out that Jimmy Carter replaced Nixon and he fired George Bush, and the Senate and the Congress were feeling all empowered, and they had these, right? They investigated. They had these official investigations of the House Committee on the House Committee on Investigation on Assassinations. And, they produced a lot of good work. They didn't produce any conclusions that were worth anything because any of them want to get murdered. But if you ignore the conclusions and just look at the evidence, it's just astonishing. And I won't say any more about it because I could literally go on for hours, and it's all very interesting stuff, but we're not going to talk about it. Thank you for changing this slide. Now then, LA officials are still not sure how or why COVID cases are skyrocketing. Now, I'd like the people in the audience to read that to themselves 5 or 6 times because it doesn't sink in immediately. But I live in Los Angeles, and I'm very, very much on top of what my public health officials are doing and not doing to protect me and my kids and so on. And they took a beating for their lack of preparation and the way that in February and March, the infections just got completely out of hand, and they completely abandoned at a certain point. They completely abandoned any effort at contact tracing, but then things quieted down and they said, okay, we know there's going to be another surge. There always is with any flu epidemic. So we know there's going to be another one. And this time we're going to be ready. And they were ready. And they had all of these people who came in who were infected, and some, many of them in the emergency room genuinely sick. And patient after patient after patient, they couldn't figure out where the heck this person encountered the virus. And I say that when you take that headline and put it into the context of all of this other stuff that we have, and one of them that we're about to see, that they manufactured the virus, it's in nature, it's coming up in one of the slides. They did this stuff. They had the virus in order to make those vaccines. They had to have And if they did all of that, they did it in order to go out and give it to people, right? They did all of that stuff in order to be able to go out and give it to people. And here you have a headline saying, and then they did it. And because they were doing it, the epidemiologists were unable to figure out how the hell this person who never had any contact with anybody who was ill from the virus has this massive viral load. How did that happen? And the answer is that, of course, the dark covert operatives are running around. And let's notice something. What's the first neighborhood in the United States that really got plastered by the virus?
New York.
New York. And where did the planes hit on 9/11?
New York.
So those guys hate
That's ground zero. It's called ground
zero. You got it. Except they didn't go, well, fine. Next slide. Right. But I mean, that really hammers it, doesn't it?
Nursing homes and other long-term care facilities account for about 1% of the U.S. population, but represent 40% of COVID-19 deaths, according to the COVID tracking project.
And so I'll make the same point, which is that nursing homes like Los Angeles epidemiologists are now on super duper red alert. And if they were babes in the woods, and if they were unprepared, and if they were inexperienced and so on, bumbling, blah, 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 10 months ago, that ain't them anymore. They are hardened, seasoned professionals, right? They are war veterans, and they know what's right and they know what's wrong, and they don't take any crap from anybody, right? If you see what I'm saying, if I'm new on the job and I see some guy breaking a rule, I might hesitate to say something. But if I'm a seasoned war veteran and I see some guy lighting a cigarette in the dark when we know there's snipers out there, or guys with mortars for that matter, right? That they're going to see a light and then target the mortar to hit it. I'm going to walk up and slap the crap out of that guy, which is to say they're seasoned, hardened veterans, and they know what they're supposed to be doing, and they do it, and there's an explosion anyway. And how do you account for that? Well, putting it into the context of they didn't develop this virus and they didn't develop the vaccines so that they could sit around and not use them. They didn't propose cutting Medicare payments to nursing homes every year for the last 50 years. Well, Medicare 65. What is that? 50 years. 45, excuse me. I exaggerated. They didn't propose cuts to those programs every year for 45 years because they didn't want to cut the programs. They do. They got motive, means, and opportunity, and we have the evidence that people are unaccountably still dying massively in nursing homes, despite the readiness of those seasoned veterans to stop the entrance of the virus. And I would say that that's proof. That's the circumstantial evidence that says, yes, they are giving the virus deliberately in the places, targeting the people that they want to target. And in Los Angeles, that's the poor and working class neighborhoods. Those are the people who are getting coronavirus right now in Los Angeles.
And as we move on to the next slide, I think that this, what you're talking about now, actually, and we don't have time to really go into it, but it's this intersection in a 9/11 context of letting it happen on purpose and making it happen on purpose. And the intersection is intent. And so that on the letting it happen on purpose in terms of COVID, we're back to this question of why not deploy proper public health, things around masks or things such as vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc, ionophores such as quercetin or HCQ that actually were shown to be able to, in worst case scenarios, such as in these nursing homes, that if they were deployed in an early fashion, they could have remediated the worst of the death and the outcomes. And so the combination of what you're talking about, the make it happen on purpose of a biological attack, with the let it happen as badly as possible, is brought together, I think, in intent. And it's a deeper conversation that I imagine we should have as we move forward in, having a COVID truth and justice movement.
Oh my God. So this is Livermore. This is from the Livermore page, right? The Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. And these guys, I was mentioning that you're not allowed to have nuclear weapons if you're a private citizen. And these guys are allowed to, so that this is the premier nuclear weapon facility on the planet. And I didn't realize that they were also a premier bioweapon facility. But so they're in this thing 10 miles deep. And I think the next slide will have the paragraph. They were so excited. Those guys, that team that you were just looking at, went to the Middle East and they got some camels and they stuck their swabs up the nose of the camels, and they were just thrilled to death at the high number of genetic mutations that occur throughout the viral genome, previously undetected by consensus sequencing, making MERS readily transmittable from camels to humans. And anyway, they are so excited that they can get such a diverse swab, which allows them to check all of these, right? So they get all of these different MERS viruses from the nostrils of one camel, and they can then test all of them till they find one that is both readily transmissible from camels to humans and deadly in a population that they want to target, like old people. But so Dietrich, in my experience, is always in a story where they're screwing up royally. And the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory is quite exactly the opposite. You have the highlighted section that says, oh, yes, and don't forget Rocky Mountain Labs. And don't then try to remember back to the article that said that coronavirus and MERS are not even on the list, so that all of those labs can contract with as many private labs as they want to say, here's the virus, get to work trying to find a mRNA vaccine for it. And so that you have 1 million trials, which is what it takes to find a successful vaccine, because you have hundreds of labs all involved in doing it, which just underlines the point that it's, when you have a success, it's a 1 in 1 million chance that you're going to come up with the proper, that you picked the right sequence and that you changed it in the right way in order to have that sort of a success. The other point that I want to make is that MERS killed 200 people, I think, last year. That's a figure I got from Rocky Mountain Labs. Wikipedia gives a different number. I'm willing to use the one from the Rocky Mountain Labs. I saw something else. Oh, the Lawrence Livermore. This article, I think, says two Americans died from MERS. Well, let's have every single lab in the country working on MERS because 2 Americans died from it. Right? Did anybody else smell a rat? That they're not working. They're working on a weapon. When you have weapons laboratories all working on a virus that that killed 200 people on the planet last year and killed 2 Americans, I don't know when, probably ever. They're not doing it because they're seeking to solve medical problems. They're doing it because they're doing what they do every day, 9 to 5. This is what they do. They make weapons.
Yeah. And on that point, this is maybe a perfect time to pose a question by Barbara Honegger as we begin to move forward here. And this would be to both of you,
Barbara.
I think. And she first puts forth a fact correction saying that the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiries just filed fully cited petition to Congress on the anthrax letter attacks that is on the committee's website, lc4911.org, that proves that the Ames strain anthrax in Fort Detrick, Patsy Bruce Ivins Flask, is not the direct source of the weaponized anthrax in the letters. The petition's evidentiary exhibits document why the direct source was CIA and military contractor Battelle Memorial Institute in Ohio and or the Army's Dugway Proving Ground in Utah. And then she follows on as a question is that she's interviewed from the previous webinar on this topic, a woman who, with her husband, were on the Diamond Princess cruise ship in June to July of 2019. And I just want to summarize the last half of it. Basically, she says, while on board, her husband took a special tour of the ship, which included its medical clinic, where the guide noted that it was the only cruise ship with its own clinic. And walking through the clinic, there were a number of men with military bearing who didn't speak. The inference from this is that the U.S. military used this cruise ship and perhaps others as a test bed for how the coronavirus spreads in the perfect closed and highly controllable environment. Does John know of any other evidence of COVID-19 in the U.S. as early as the summer of 2019? It's likely not a coincidence that gain-of-function research at the Fort Detrick Bioterrorism Lab was shut down for security quote-unquote breaches in mid-July 2019, which is the same time the couple were exposed to the coronavirus on board the Diamond Princess cruise ship, and the reported security breaches at Fort Detrick go back to at least May 2018. So I figured this was in both of your ball courts here.
Sterling, you want to say something? Well, I have a question for Sterling. Sterling, is anthrax on the special list?
I believe it is. It's a bacteria.
I don't know. I remember being just absolutely shocked at what was not on the list.
Yeah, select agent is broader than viruses. It includes bacteria.
And you think that anthrax was on the select list?
I think so, but
okay, I don't have a good recollection. Anyway,
and I'm not a medical doctor, so I can't opine on that one. But her question was different than that. I don't know of any other ones than the ones I already detailed. So my answer.
They're in the video, right? The guy from the mayor from Bellevue, New Jersey.
Yeah, but that was November, though.
Yeah, there's a problem. She wanted to go back to July, and
going back to July. Yeah. Well, actually, that we just went by it. The UCLA article. I don't remember how far back it goes, and I think they would have thought it was preposterous to suggest that it goes back earlier than July. I don't know of any. I wanted to say just let me show off that how much I work on this stuff, right? I just so people can have some confidence that I'm not just fooling around. I have something ringing in my ears that we were talking about this, but the weaponized anthrax and the weaponized anthrax in one of the letters that was received had, I think, silica and tin, something like that, in order to keep it from clumping. And therefore keep it in a weaponizable condition. And when they went to Fort Detrick and went to this guy's work area, they weren't able to find those two elements. And ditto for his house, both of which suggest very, very powerfully that he was not the source of the anthrax that was in the letter. What's also true on that point is that the people who died received letters, but they never recovered the letters. So they don't know. There are things that they don't know about the letters that were received by the people who died from the anthrax. I don't believe the letters that were sent to Washington killed anybody. I don't know how important that is, but in any case, the Bruce Ivins story, I certainly have never thought that Bruce Ivins was guilty.
I do want to just fill in very quickly this question of anthrax. You have a combination of thinking through, and I think this whole area is rich for inquiry, including how far back the COVID goes in an American context. It may turn out that, like in a European context, evidence will start coming up of much earlier in 2019.
I would expect to find that. Yes.
Yeah. And then in terms of anthrax, there's two pieces of the component of it. You have the strain, and then you have the delivery apparatus. And this delivery apparatus that you reference in terms of the highest level targets, the U.S. senators in the midst of a post 9/11 debate about constitutionality in relationship to Patriot Act, that the delivery method of that, which was to this day is the most controversial aspect in many ways of the ongoing cover-up of the Amerithrax, is this question of nanosilica, basically created in the presence of tin. And remember that all of these crews, the PNAC guys, and a lot of these hardcore American and Israeli agents who were pushing not only the 9/11 quote-unquote response, but then also anthrax as attached to Iraq, remember, they were saying that this had to do with a Soviet technology that had been delivered to Iraq based on bentonite clay, right? And so, but meanwhile, what the first, as I'm aware, the first public scientific presentation of this silica technology is from a group of Israeli scientists in 2006, actually. So I just want to put that on the table in terms of thinking through the actual origins of the actual anthrax weapons that were sent to U.S. senators as a combination of an American anthrax strain, apparently much more connected to Battelle, Dugway proving grounds in that realm. Utah to Ohio rather than the eastern seaboard, but also a delivery method that we see it related apparently to the Israeli biological warfare establishment too.
Well, I don't know. I'm a little concerned about not opening up cans of worms when we're trying to keep things moving along.
Well,
but
we're
I
still
think
trying to eat our last can of worms. Fried worms. Yeah.
Shh. I don't want that to get out. Anyway, me and my worms. Anyway, but let's notice that these are two Democratic leaders who are getting the anthrax. And, you know, I think John Kerry is an operative. And certainly, of course, the aristocracy tries as hard as they can to have their people in all positions of power, Republican and Democrat. The Democrats are in terror, and that's my observation, is that the Democrats live in terror. And Nancy Pelosi told my lawyer, right, when I was a teacher, I had a lawyer who, because I was always in trouble and for teaching the truth, you know how that is. Anyway, she said that she was at a fundraiser, and you know the teachers union has a lot of money and they get invited. So she's standing next to Nancy Pelosi, and Pelosi says that Paul Wellstone was murdered by Dick Cheney and those people, and they live in terror. You can't say that if you're a leader of the Democrats. How do you say that without also understanding that you are similarly under the gun? And the terrible thing about it is that, so therefore they don't say anything truthful about the Kennedy assassination or 9/11, and it makes them appear complicit. And my observation is that they are like Jewish leaders living in Nazi-occupied Europe, and they're very, very, very limited in what they can say without getting murdered. And I won't say anything else about it. It's a huge topic that we won't get into.
And all of the Q folks should go watch your film on the assassination of John F. Kennedy Jr., actually. And he's probably not coming back to save Trump.
No, I don't think he is. Well, the plane hit the water at 250 miles an hour.
And that is these plane crashes, you know, from JFK Jr. to Wellstone to even Rove's IT guru, Mike Connell, in the context of legal accountability and inquiry around the 2004 stealing of the election around Ohio, with deep involvement of Karl Rove and Council for National Policy, GINSA operative Ken Blackwell. Their IT guru, Mike Connell, went down in a plane crash right before part of the legal inquiry there was going on.
Well, so I'm going to say this, that E. Howard Hunt was just a wealth of information, suggesting powerfully that E. Howard Hunt is the guy who killed John Kennedy. He was on the grassy knoll and he fired the kill shot. And George Bush was in one of the other buildings. He got arrested. The evidence is just stunning, that Bush was on the scene and got arrested as a shooter. Well, the shots from behind were all horrific. Hunt, on the other hand, was a trained sniper. Anyhow, they were both the most hardcore fascist Republicans. And PNAC is a Republican organization, right? Is there any penetration of PNAC into the Democratic Party besides Joe Lieberman, who was also an operative and a fascist? But anyway, we can go on. Next. Or do you want to take another question?
Oh, okay. Let me do one last 9/11 oriented question while we're sort of in this tangential area here from Robin Horden. For John Hankey, I am a former air traffic controller, a surrogate whistleblower for controllers at Boston ARTCC, and am contributing to the research regarding the aviation elements before, during, and after 9/11 2001, and a sustaining peace activist. In listening to you on Kevin Barrett's radio show and now seeing these films in which you show the many obvious connections in preparation for dark schemes, the military black ops style, the objectives of these schemes, and the same old planners and players of so many major destructive events starting with JFK, and knowing that revisions and upgrades to your films are going to happen, did the following words written in the Project for a New American Century document under Rebuilding America's Defenses help you in the connections between 9/11 and COVID-19? The single critical sentence is presented as the author's project, project what would be needed for weaponizing the quote-unquote New American Century, and it follows, quote, "An advanced forms of biological warfare that can target specific genotypes may transform biological warfare from the realm of terror, 9/11 anthrax, his words, to a politically useful tool, COVID-19, now my words. This seems like a, unquote, this seems like a critical connector between 9/11 and COVID-19. And then he has additional follow-up questions for me specifically that he says I can talk to him personally about. And so I'll do that.
Well, let me take a deep breath and say, hell yeah. Duh, right? And when you take that quote and put it into the context, it's suddenly really, really, really powerful, isn't it? That's it. That clear as it could be, right?
Yeah.
Clear as a button hook in the well water. Anyway, go ahead, Wen. So what's the next question? A good question. I mean, I love that citation, and if I wish you would email that to somebody so that I can get it.
Yeah, I'll forward all of the questions, including the ones that we're not going to be able to get to both of you. So at the very least, you can see who the nature of the questions and can respond to people if you so desire.
And if you go to Prime, typically I put on any of my videos, I put my email address, so you could email it to me as well.
And I do want to just point out in terms of this, ethno-specific bioweapon, that it was the case that in the late 90s, there was even internal Israeli whistleblowers who said that the Israeli biological warfare establishment, so-called, was working on ethno-specific bioweapons very, very specifically. So I just wanted to put that on the table in relationship to that.
Well, so let me throw this other thing in, which is that I think that it's not that easy to do. They're trying to, and it's not that easy to do. And we're going to see this article coming up from Nature where they talk about, I don't know how you pronounce it. I say chimera, Sterling says chimera.
Yeah.
And I have no idea which is proper, and it doesn't matter. The point is, it's where you combine two, it's a GMO, right? The simple word for it is a GMO. And so there's the word, right? CHIMAERA, that. The point that I'm trying to make is that they took the spike and they put it into the SARS. I can't believe that there's an article that says that, and lo and behold, it's COVID-19. But my point is that I've read all sorts of, I read it, back in the day in February and March, I was reading everything I could on the issue that this came from a lab or not. And all of these very, very leading and respectable and I felt honest virologists were saying that the spike was too complicated to have been created in a lab. But we have this goddamn article that says, well, they didn't create the spike in a lab, but they inserted it into the SARS virus in a lab.
It might be worth going back to those guys who you took on the face of their word that they were acting in good faith and look to their backgrounds with a more jaundiced eye, I think.
Oh, no. Of course I looked at their backgrounds. No. But you misunderstand, I think. What they said is true. I am very much inclined at this minute to say that they are correct, that they can't make a spike. That's what they were talking about.
Well, but
they have designed the spike? And these guys were saying they don't have the technology. And I'm saying I also don't think that they have the technology, but they certainly have the ill will, and they're trying very hard to create a virus that will kill people along ethnic lines.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And I don't think that they can do it. And one of the reasons that they can't do it is because race is very much an illusion. There's no such thing. All human beings have very, 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 very similar genomes. And they don't, color is not the same as race, but in our stupid minds, color is the same as race, but it doesn't, it hardly has any appearance in the genome. And if it does have an appearance in the genome, it's absolutely random. So with the short end of the stick is I don't think they can do it. They want to, but I don't think they can. And
these are all suppositions, I imagine, that we have to continue to dig into. But on the surface, the epigenetic attack of even COVID in a racial way, in terms of people with darker skin and vitamin D, and that's even has obviously not only a racial function, but a political function. If you think about African Americans in the United States in a context in terms of their politics and in an upcoming election and all of that, and people in the questions have pointed out that raw fact that if this is obviously on the surface is a racialized bioweapon of some sort, and what you're saying is that it's much more complicated to actually do CRISPR type clipping and insertions that are highly targeted towards very specific genetic pieces that distinguish certain ethnicities from others in a more specific fashion than the generalized question of endogenously created under the sun vitamin D is what I'm hearing you say.
Yes, and let's also observe. I mean, I didn't think of that until just this minute, but you don't die from COVID if you don't get a massive dose. And if you go into the targeted neighborhoods and distribute a massive dose, it's a pretty safe bet that by the time any of those reach a rich neighborhood, that they're going to be small doses. And that's what all the headlines support, is any rich person who gets the virus is asymptomatic, right? The guy's 94 years old, I think, the congressman from Alaska, and he's happily typing away from his bedroom saying, oh yeah, I tested positive and I'm working from home and I'm just having a great time. But so you see what I'm saying, that if you want to target it racially, all you have to do is what they did, which is they had a virus that is only dangerous if it's a heavy load. And then you take that into the neighborhoods where you want to kill people, confident that it will never reach the wealthy neighborhoods in sufficient power to be of any risk.
All right. Yeah, that's a good point. We have not yet seen a big public example of a highly prominent billionaire or 100 millionaire kind of death in relationship to COVID,
or leading Republican or even leading Democrats.
Yeah.
Leading Democrats do not live where I live.
Mainly, we've seen U.S. Republican senators profiting from insider information, actually.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, next.
Herman Cain, I guess, is not leading enough.
No, he certainly is not.
Black man, too. Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good point.
They might have said, we need to kill a leading Republican in order to be smoke and mirrors, in order to create a fog behind which we can kill. Who shall we kill? And I'm sure Herman Cain was the first name anybody came up with.
I imagine Trump just basically said, I never knew that guy. He was my coffee boy, is what the kind of thing Trump would say.
It really is. What a disgusting dog. Anyway.
Okay, I have more questions, but should we continue onward here? Let's continue.
Whatever you like. You're the boss. That's why we hired you.
I am not the boss.
That's why you get the big money.
Yeah.
Because you make those decisions.
That's why I sit on my hands very effectively.
I don't know how rich this guy was, but the former prime minister of Sudan died of COVID, but he was about 83, 85. And
I looked into it. I didn't see anything to suggest he had any money at all.
Yeah, maybe he's not rich. Yeah.
The leading Palestinian negotiator for many, many years, Erekat, he died of complications due to COVID.
More slides.
Okay, let me ask a couple questions here.
Okay.
Just so we get them in before we get to the end here. Can you can you compare the vaccines? I think mRNA sounds like the most dangerous one. What about inactivated virus vaccines and the spike protein vaccine? Are they dangerous? What about any vaccines being grown in tissues and picking up retroviruses? What about people reacting to adjuvants? What about people not seroconverting? What about antibodies not lasting long? Please discuss the possibilities we'll be facing when they roll out the vaccines. People are concerned about a vaccine mandate and not wanting to comply. Can you discuss our civil rights? And then what do the panelists believe are the covert objectives of the COVID-19 vaccines?
Well, I want to go from the bottom to the top. I don't think the motives are trying to get people vaccinated. Let me say that. Pretend I said that 20 times and shouted it at the top of my lungs. This is mass murder. They wanted to kill retirees. This is perhaps targeted racial murder, that they wanted to kill poor people in minority areas. They wanted to have an excuse. They wanted to blame China and blow up the defense budget on the basis that, oh, we have to be ready to confront China because they're the enemy. I don't see getting people to take vaccines as being one of the goals. I could be wrong. I don't think so. Well, you know, they're going to give it to every healthcare worker in the country, I suspect, who has to work with very ill people is going to get vaccinated. And we're going to see a whole lot when that happens. And I guess it may take 20 years. Now, mRNA vaccines are supposed to be...
Let's just respond on that, and then you can finish with the different kinds of vaccines. Because I just want to fill out like my perspective maybe in terms of what we've seen. Let's do another 9/11 COVID parallel analysis. Yes, the core aspect of something like September 11th is the vast so-called Project for a New American Century, the re-escalation of the military budget on a war footing, the question of the Zionist Greater Israel agenda in terms of the specific wars and destabilization that was going on. But like I pointed out before, with the international partners in the war on terror, which what China and Russia really ended up being in many ways, along with the United States, there was also this question of surveillance technology, the rise of the surveillance state, the escalation of militarized policing, and more using things like social media to gather data on people, to track people, to weaponize data, as you even point out in your film about Trump and Cambridge Analytica. And that in many ways could be seen as a direct escalation in the wake of September 11th by even those immediate countries that didn't actually do it per se, but obviously took part in the global war on terror, so-called, to create an escalation of domestic surveillance state. And so something very similar to that looks like it's happening in relationship to COVID too, around the question of biosurveillance. It's not a coincidence that it's basically the entirety of the vast resources of the U.S. military industrial complex and weapons state that are managing the deployment of these vaccines. And that includes DARPA.
Well, they're certainly trying to.
Well, no, they are. They're in charge of it. And the whole thing.
Is that right?
Yes. And the whole.
They've taken charge.
They've been in charge. And
I saw something where the military said, oh, yes, we're going to be in charge. And I think it was Moderna that said, oh, no, you're not. But they may have lost that argument.
And then what you have, too, is that the key data catalysts and contractors is a company like Palantir, which is a direct CIA construction been used for racialized aggressive policing in a New Orleans context. And they are the ones who are going to be tracking the data and deciding which of these so-called compromised communities are the first to be gifted the vaccines and all of that. So there is this aspect. And then even on the surface of, and here's where I completely agree with you, is that I don't think that the actual end result is meant to be a quote unquote mandatory vaccine for all. We're already in the place of where there's an escalation around coercion in vaccines over many, many years. Anybody who's a parent already knows that there is coercion going on. It's not quote unquote mandated. They're not going to knock down your door and stick the needle in your arm like Alan Dershowitz says they have a right to do, but they will make your life and your children's life harder and harder and harder. And so this question of flying and health passports, and sure, at this point, it's, like you pointed out, John, in order to enter countries, you have to have certain vaccines. So it's not like it's a big escalation to then require it for flying to those countries too, but that's just the potential surface level. As the things become more and more internalized, right now it's a phone, but more and more they do want to, move towards chips and things that you cannot remove from yourself in terms of your digital health passports. And all of this will be in the hands of the militarized state and these outsourced data so-called contractors like Palantir that are not good actors. So there is that aspect, I would say, in the background.
Well, I'd like to respond to that.
Please.
I don't hear anybody talking about forcing anybody to take vaccines, and I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think you are ever going to hear about anybody forcing people to get chips. I think all of that is garbage and a distraction from the fact that this was mass murder inflicted on the American people by the goddamn military. And I don't want to hear about the reset, and I don't want to hear about chips, and I don't want to hear about vaccines. I want to hear about what are we going to do in response to the military inflicting this virus upon us and killing 300,000 people and maybe 600,000 before it's done. I'd like to see the focus stay on that. And I feel like anything else, you could be right about all of that stuff, but even if you are, I think it is really it's a distraction, and two, it's a distraction that is promoted by operatives, not, of course, you or anybody that you or I know. But you see what I'm saying?
Yes. And I agree with you in terms of that the front,
right.
And this is the same thing that happened with 9/11, where the frontal investigation needs to be on the murder, the sites of the murder.
Yes.
And with 9/11, it was not just the murder at Ground Zero or at the Pentagon. It was also the ongoing murder in the Muslim world and in the Middle East. At the same time, you cannot deny that the escalation of the domestic police state in an American context was also part of that. I agree with you that it was used to avoid the direct, immediate moral question of the murders and the murderers. However, that question of the escalation of the police state is part and parcel of that question. And I think we need to figure out how to address it in a way that doesn't do what you're saying that it often does.
Right. Okay. Alan says, let's move on.
Okay.
Well, real quick, I have to required to take a tetanus shot as a professor in the face-to-face context, not the online, obviously. And that's been going on for decades. Like every 10 years, I got to produce some certificate and show that I've had a tetanus shot.
So the headline says,
what else can they do?
The headline says of this slide that they test 1 person out of 8 that is infected. So they would need to test 8 times more people in order to test everybody who's infected, and you can't control the virus if the people who have it don't know that they have it, and if the people who are trying to avoid it don't know who has it. But so they not only need to increase testing by 8 times just to be able to test everybody who has it, but you have to test. You can't walk up and say, "Oh, you have it, let's test you." And if you want to find those 8 people that you're missing, or the 7 people that you're missing, you have to test 10 times more people, so that they need to test 80 times more people than they are currently testing. And when you look at our curves and you put them next to South Korea, for example, and then you look at the testing numbers, you see, oh, well, the countries that have low numbers test anywhere between 10 and 7,000 times more than we do. And so, yes, this headline says we need lots more testing.
And we need lots more antigen
yes,
testing.
That's right. And the cheap testing.
Yes.
The rapid, cheap testing. Coronavirus pandemic has caused nearly 300,000 more deaths than expected in a typical year. Now, there's my good and dear friend Kevin Barrett was addressing this question of excess deaths. And I just want to say that if there's 300,000 excess deaths this year, that's 300,000 people who almost undoubtedly died of coronavirus, but the CDC only wants to claim 2/3 of those. And I think that's being way too conservative. My good and dear friend Sterling pointed out that people are doing less driving and dying less in automobile accidents and probably all sorts of other ways. Right? They don't get into bar fights and get killed in bar fights anymore. So that the number of excess deaths represented by coronavirus, the 300,000 is vastly underestimated. And given that thing we just saw where we only know about 1 in 8 of the people who are actually infected, the 300,000 number, that 300,000 for today's death toll from coronavirus is probably vastly low. I'm done. Okay, very good. Next slide. 2 out of 3 of the excess deaths. So CDC says it's 2 out of 3, and I say it's 3 out of 3 or 2.98 out of 3. But it's whatever. Next.
You're not having a lot of airline crashes because you're not having a lot of airline traffic.
Well, you never had very many airline crashes, but okay. 1 in 5 COVID-19 patients develop mental illness. Now that's horrible. So that's what's wrong with me.
People say this couldn't be a bioweapon because it's not like killing people on the level of a, SARS-1 or Ebola or all that kind of thing. But, as we're looking at right here, that death is not the only downside of this. I mean, there are lots and lots of direct evidence and stories of individuals who have basically had this phenomena for the entirety of the recognized pandemic for months and months on end in foggy heads. And it looks like because it's basically an airborne pulmonary disease of some sort, it's very, very strange in many ways.
Yeah, CNN reported on its website today that more Japanese have committed suicide in the last month than Japanese have died of COVID-19 in 2020. So apparently suicide and mental illness, depression is
and heart disease, right? One of the people in the film, this woman from Santa Clara, that's your hometown, she just had massive heart damage from the coronavirus. Anyway, the thing that terrifies me is that all of these people between 20 and 50 who are getting it and not being asymptomatic. There's a broad range of asymptomatic, right? My nose is running, so what? I'm not worried about it. But the nightmare that I have is that when they become eligible for Social Security, they'll suddenly drop dead.
And I do think we want to have like a very nuanced and balanced way of looking at things like statistics and these sort of so-called collateral damages beyond death, and for example, the statistics from before about the over death statistics, and, it was pointed out that as people stay home more, there are going to be less, deaths from vehicles on the road, for example. And at the same time, there's also the trade-off of people being socially isolated and that psychologically leading towards more and more suicide. My sense is probably, if you just at a very root and gross level, there's probably a trade-off of the lesser deaths from people not being out in the public and not at bars and not driving as much, with the escalation of, deaths of sadness or deaths of isolation. And as we pointed out before, that really basic public health intervention, such as use the military for what it's good for, defense production. Let's make masks instead of bioweapons. Let's make masks instead of tanks. Let's make antigen rapid testing for all. And let's deploy the full suite of vitamins and minerals that help a body protect itself. And so at the same time, it's very obvious that the real perps, I think you make this point very strongly, John, their motive is to underplay the deaths from COVID, not overplay it.
That's my observation.
Yes.
But let me throw this in, because you said something that was really interesting, and good gravy. The military had all of these vaccines. Now, let me shave that a little bit, because I tend to identify the military with these jarheads in uniforms wearing braid on their shoulder. Yeah. Anyway, in their costumes. Anyhow,
Bill Hicks on Military Men.
versus Lawrence Livermore and Rocky Mountain Lab. These guys came up with 4 vaccines that are just beyond state of the art. That is to say, it strikes me that Lawrence Livermore has medical capability that is comparable to the U.S. military nuclear capability versus the average civilian lab's nuclear capability, which is next to nothing. So that it strikes me that the Lawrence Livermore, those people have just crazy medical capability. And if we were to take them out of the weapon business and put them into solving our medical problems business, that would be freaking huge.
I call it
Gigantic,
permaculturalize the
unimaginable.
Pentagon. Yes.
Well, and you know, sometimes I look at cell phones made in China and this made in China and that made in China, and I look at the Chinese and think, how come those guys are so goddamn capable and we're so completely stumble-bummish, but the Chinese do not have a GMO or an mRNA vaccine. They have the, kill the virus and squirt it into you, and it, doesn't work very well, and it's dangerous and has all sorts of bad side effects. They're right. It's virtually Stone Age technology. It is genuinely 1,000-year-old technology. The Chinese have been practicing, right? Vaccinations using the pus, the dead virus from sores of smallpox for 1,000 years. But USA weapons medical technology is just stunning. Well, let's take them out of the weapons business. Yeah. Next slide.
Let me read this one. The only deadlier flu seasons were in 1967, when about 100,000 Americans died, 1957 when 116,000 died, and the Spanish flu of 1918 when 675,000 died, according to the CDC. However, it looks like the Spanish flu should have been called the Kansas flu, as that's where it looks like it originated at a military base around here.
Well, and we'll see what happens with the viruses, but unless they come crashing in, God damn it. The Oxford vaccine was ready in June of 2018. And when they announced that we have it, back in February, when they said, hey, we have this MERS vaccine, we have this MERS vaccine that we have already tested. They could have begun massive testing distribution of that vaccine back in February. So, there's no telling in my mind. There's no telling to what extent they're going to try to suppress the use of any vaccines. But if they were to bring them all in, we wouldn't hit 675,000, and I hope that we don't. Anyway, next slide. Sorry. Uh-oh. What's that?
Okay. Testing. New tests, new cases, current hospitalizations, and new deaths. I don't know where this slide is from.
All right. Well, there's another one.
Oh. Well, it kind of debunks, it's a good time to debunk the Trump claim that we have more cases because we have more testing. That's the old relative thing of man is the measure of all things. And if you just don't measure it, damn it, then it's not going to exist. Remember, Trump's minister in one of his 3 weddings was Norman Vincent Peale, author of the best-selling book, The Power of Positive Thinking. So I think Trump genuinely thinks he can kind of wish these things away. If you just stop testing, will you slow the testing down, please? I'm telling
if John wasn't so negative, maybe I could have gotten more suburban women to vote for me.
Your negativity in the press that's dragging America down. That's what Trump is saying.
Well, yes, that's right. And then as these charts show, it's the negativity in the press that are responsible for the skyrocketing hospitalizations. Because you see, if they didn't test them, they wouldn't be in the hospital.
Right.
This goes back to Matthew chapter 7, verse 7, which says, if you knock, the door will open, and if you ask, you shall receive. So this is the Norman Vincent Peale just wish it away kind of nonsense.
Okay.
So it's a good, that slide let me get that off my chest. Thank you.
Good for you.
Oh my God. So this is terrifying. We should all expect, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm terrified. we should expect that this new surge is going to be rip-roaring and dangerous and deadly. Next slide. Shall we just breeze through these?
I fear the virus. Here's the proof. I fear the virus.
Next, Alan.
I mean, I just one last point on that one was that
Sure.
yes. So if you know the timeline here, it's very possible that the actual first peak was last winter. Then the next surge was in the spring, and now we are into this third and potential looks like most deadly surge in a 1918 fashion, the winter. And we've been told that it's some choice between a dark winter, referring to the bio warfare drill before September 11th in the summer of 2001, or the darkest winter. And so I think that we should all be as proactive as possible in not being scared, senseless of this virus, but being scared into our senses.
There's the next title to your next film, John. Dark Winter.
Oh,
Instead
no,
of
thank
Dark
you.
Legacy, you can have
No,
Dark
thank
Winter
you.
or Darkest
No,
Winter.
thank you. Nope. The sun also rises. Let's try to keep in mind.
Dark Winter Legacy.
And the earth turns and we move from winter into spring and summer, and that's what I'm hoping for, is that this vaccine, seriously, right? I think I said that, but let me say it again, that World War I, there was a response by the peoples of the world against World War I and World War II, and so that World War II gave us the Europe that we have now, which used to be aristocratic and filled with poverty, and is no longer, because the back of the aristocracy has been, I want to say broken, but that's too strong a word, but they have certainly lost enormously in their ability to kill and murder and deprive and oppress people. And I'm hoping that we will wake up in this country and say, you know what, no more billionaires, we're getting rid of them. And the Europeans will watch us and say, oh, you know, those Americans are onto something. Right, the United States was a beacon of democracy to the Europeans for the last 200 years, for real. Right, in 1940, there were no democracies in Europe, and they all pro-democratic people looked to the United States in 1940. It's not that long ago, and I'm hoping that we managed to do something progressive and important in terms of taking control of our society away from the billionaires. And I hope that the world will look at us and say, "Oh, yeah, good idea." Anyway, so masks help businesses stay alive. It's kind of a duh. No. Trump rallies may be responsible for an estimated 700 COVID-19 deaths. And I don't think hardly any of those people were at the rallies. The 700 who died got the virus that they died from people who went to the rallies.
Paging Herman Cain. Oh, he's unavailable.
So you read that, Jeremy.
Okay, here we go. COVID-19 spreading half as quickly in counties with mask mandates, KU research shows. This is very, very close to where I live with my family here. This is a few miles away up on KU campus. And it shows some good research going on here. And Kansas really did display that. There was a lot of pushback, towards the level of the mandate at the state level in terms of both the Republican legislature and in terms of shutdowns, and then the counties in relationship to mask mandates. And, like I put forth, I think we need to, instead of having mandates, we need to have common sense public health leadership. That's what we really need. Less mandates and more leadership.
Well,
Democrat Tom Delaney is offering, his proposal is to offer everybody $1,500 to get vaccinated, and you're going to send out a $1,200 check anyway for round 2 of the relief bill. Why not give them $1,500 to get vaccinated? That's Tom Delaney, a former Democratic congressman.
Pretty coercive, though.
Say it again?
Pretty coercive. That's fairly coercive.
Well, I got to say, it makes me think maybe I do need to not wait too long to get. I got to get that vaccine before they withdraw the $1,500 bonus. We were talking. Can go back on the slide for a second. and maybe that will take me back to what it was that I wanted to mention. I think it's that bird. Anyway.
That's the Jayhawk.
I see.
Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
Never mind. Let's just roll on. We got more than we can talk about anyhow.
Respirators are more effective than surgical masks at protecting against infection. Here's how they work and who should wear them.
Oh, I was going to say that I'm sympathetic towards people who live in counties where there is no virus and that are not tourist traps. I can understand why those people would rebel a little bit about any sorts of mandates. In the countries that have the lowest incidence of coronavirus, they are countries that had the highest incidence of SARS, and they got it, and they don't need anybody to tell them put on a mask. They need somebody to say, oh, you know, this is the new SARS and it's more infectious than the old one, so you might consider putting on a mask. And you look out the window and you're not going to see anybody who's not wearing a mask. Oh, that's the point that I wanted to make, is that those guys live in a society where the authorities are not completely mistrusted, whereas we live in a society where, God almighty, 80% of the American people think that John Kennedy was killed by a conspiracy, and if you say that on YouTube, they'll take it down. And if they don't take it down, they'll put up a blurb from Britannica telling you the far edge fringe notion that Kennedy was killed by a lone nut assassin. And then you have 9/11, so that the authority figures have zero credibility. So that when an authority figure tells you something that's true or that is good and sound and reliable, they have zero credibility. So these people they don't have the platform from which to give anybody advice. And it's one of the reasons that the U.S., I would argue, and I think it's an important point, has the worst death rate on the planet, is because we have destroyed the credibility of the persons in power by 9/11. That is perhaps one of the biggest consequence of 9/11, is that persons of authority have zero credibility, so that if the Republican leadership all condemn Donald Trump and all of the leading newspapers condemn Donald Trump, that's going to get him the nomination by a huge portion.
And that's what was done. And CNN attacking him in a lukewarm fashion while giving him billions of dollars of free media was the perfect establishment of him. And meanwhile, it was his buddy Jeff Zucker who was doing it the whole time. But your core point, John, that we are living in a highly dubious, a doubtful, for good reason, but really an intellectually and morally destabilized country in terms of our relationship to our institutional leadership, from the media to our politicians. You know, the politicians are like 90% distrusted. And so you're right that even in this position, even if they showed leadership, maybe people wouldn't go for it. But I do think that if Trump, for example, had said, you know, we got to make like sun, you know, hay while the sun shines, get out there. I even want my blacks to get out in the sun during the summer so we don't face the dark winter. You know, people would have gone for it. Or if he'd sort of, you know, led on masks and that kind of thing. I do think that there's still, you know, a core portion of Americans in a transpartisan way that still are able to think through things in a pragmatic and moral fashion, and will respond to real, articulated, and acted leadership. And we just don't really see it. For example, the people who are putting forth the antigen rapid testing say a governor at some level could go ahead and figure out how to do this and deploy it at a state level, but all of them ask the actual medical leaders about who's done it. Everyone's waiting for someone else to do it. So we have become a nation of cowards in many ways, of social cowards. And so we have to figure out how to actually build real political leadership, I would say. And that's for now and into the future. That's what I hope that we can begin to discuss too.
Name a congressional candidate who says that 9/11 was an inside job. or that Kennedy was killed by a conspiracy. It's a looking glass world right? Where if you tell the truth, you're done.
or not.
So who has any credibility?
Well, that's what's interesting about it in a Trump context of the even around such things as like the lead up to COVID, that the way he got there, and you pointed this out apparently in your film, is he was given these lines by the military psychological warfare Cambridge Analytica data harvest analysis given to him by Bannon, and one of those things was attack someone like Ted Cruz for his dad having killed Kennedy, or talk about when you elect me, you'll find out who brought down the towers and all that kind of stuff. So what I would say is that points to that the truth would actually begin your career, and Trump's sort of half-assed fake truth got him half of the way there.
No, it would end your career because they would kill you.
Okay, but you talk about how they're going to kill you. You talk about the full truth, the whole truth. And that was part of the, all right, we'll talk about this later, but my thing with the Kennedys is, you're not Robert Kennedy running around behind the scenes saying, once I get into presidency, I'm going to investigate my brother's murder, while never saying a public word about it. And then, of course, you're going to get taken out before you even get a chance to do that. So I say the whole truth, so help you God, is the way. And as many people saying that at the same time is how we build political leadership. And it's going to take moral courage on the individual and the wider scale. And courage is infectious.
Until that person gets
until you're killed, right?
Right. When the leader gets his brains blown out, that tends to take the wind out of a lot of sails.
That's a strong damper on the
on freaking video, right? I mean, why do you think? There's no question in my mind that Zapruder was working for the killers.
Yeah,
he had been placed there by the killers so that every president in the future could look at that and have somebody say, "That's you," if you don't watch your step.
And like Trump's mentor, Vincent Peale, Zapruder was also a 33rd degree Scottish Freemason, actually.
All right. Anyway, next slide. Yeah. So better mask.
Better wear a better mask.
That's
baby. The last thing I want to say about a balanced approach to mask wearing is, of course, when people see that there's a lack of integrity around it, or you go into the restaurant and then you take your mask off while you're eating, there's a sense that it's not for real. And, it is the case that the studies show that it's in indoor HVAC scenarios that are the most dangerous. If you're outdoors, it's much, much less dangerous for a whole combination of factors, including the breeze, sun, space, all of that, non-circulation. So we should be very specific and particular about when and where it's really appropriate to take precaution, both for yourself and others. And that is most obvious. The most dangerous thing that a lot of people are going to do over this winter is go to a grocery store, for themselves and for others. And so protect each other.
Thank you.
Some masks. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I see.
White House rejects CDC mask mandate on commercial and public transportation. What's the date on that?
October 9th, 2020.
No kidding. Jeez Louise. Well, so they want to kill as many people as possible. So I think that they're going to also sabotage the vaccines as much as possible. Trump said last week that we would have vaccines this week. Well, he also, I have a video clip that I think 24 times him promising one crowd or another that, oh yeah, the vaccine's going to be here in a minute, and starting in March, and week after week after week after week.
Sunday is Easter Sunday. He said Easter Sunday. He said we're turning the corner. He's had so many of these things.
Yeah.
When it gets warm, it's going to happen. And it's going to go away.
If they're not allowing mask mandates on public transportation, they want as many people dead as possible. And I expect that these vaccines are effective and they're probably safe. And they will, if used massively, end the epidemic. So I rather doubt that they will do. I expect them to do everything they can to block the effective implementation of the vaccine. And that particular headline suggests that that is the case. They want as many people dead as possible.
Yeah, I agree. Trump on the campaign trail said that the virus goes right through those masks, and he's putting out disinformation like that.
Yes. Well, and so what's the date on this?
I don't know. Let me read this and then.
Sure.
Okay. The Department of Health and Human Services did fund the invention of a, quote, one-of-a-kind high-speed machine, unquote, that could make 1.5 million N95s per day. But when the design was completed in 2018, the Trump administration did not purchase it. 1.5 million N95 produced daily, 3,000 machines, 30 days equals 135 billion N95 masks a month. 135 for 8 billion people is 16.9 masks per person per month, enough for the entire world's population to use 4 N95 masks every week. If everyone wore an N95 mask, the COVID-19 virus would disappear from the face of the planet within weeks to a few months, as it would no longer have a host, and all without vaccinations or lockdowns.
Yeah, there's a number of interesting points there. One of them is that they had bought the machine in the beginning, early in 2018, and turned it on. They would have billions of masks in the United States by the time the virus arrived. The other point I want to make is that when you look at that article, have we seen it yet? I don't think we've seen it yet, about all of the accidents at all of these different labs. It's just terrifying. And Obama ended gain of function because I'm sure because of that sort of thing, that these guys are creating all of these dangerous viruses, and then they're completely incompetent when it comes to maintaining safety standards. But in that context where you have, and you know you have because you're the president, all of these labs that are doing all this deadly, dangerous stuff and also having accidents, how do you then, in that context, say no to a machine like this, to one machine like this, which if you turned it on when you knew that the threat existed, which was early in 2018, by the time you needed them, you would have you'd have a very, very, very substantial supply. One, and in addition to which, Trump also deconstructed. He stopped. And I don't mean to give credit to Obama. It's a freaking obvious point, given that stuff in the context of these threats and these accidents, that you have to have a pandemic response team, and they have to be walking around all the time checking to make sure everybody's up to date and everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing in order to be prepared for this. And Trump stopped it. And how can you possibly explain that? How can you possibly explain why he would have stopped that, given the very, very clear, present, and obvious danger, other than that he understood that this murder, this mass murder, was planned to take place, and if we had a proper response, we could have had the number of deaths that Korea had. So we have to do everything we can to sabotage testing, to sabotage preparation, and to sabotage masks and PPE and whatnot, and they did that. So you take those facts, including this one, and you add that to the context in which you say that the circumstantial evidence says that this guy is guilty. And each one of these pieces is another piece in the circumstantial evidence that says this was deliberate mass murder. That guy should get arrested and put on trial. And you know what? When they sentence him to death, I'm totally down with negotiating for him. Well, you start naming names and we'll start reducing the sentence. You give us a couple of good ones and we'll take away the death sentence, and we'll take off 10 years from your life sentence for every other good name that you give us.
Before we go too far from masks and all that, I just want to point out this Time magazine article, How We Can Stop the Spread of COVID-19 by Christmas, by Michael Mina. That is the another good reference for this rapid antigen testing that I like to call antigen rapid testing.
And here you see.
If Alan can put a list of maybe Alan can put a list of our references on the site.
Well, if he were to just put Jeremy by himself on the screen, then it would show up.
Oh,
Alan,
right. Okay.
are you there?
All right.
Yeah,
Well, let's just keep going.
He might be taking a pee break.
Oh, there we go. Look.
Well, how dare I suggest he was taking a pee break? How we can stop the spread of COVID-19 by Christmas, and where do we go to find this?
Time Magazine.
Oh, and listen, everybody in the audience, you need to learn that when you're watching a video like this one or any other one, and you don't know who made it and whether it's true or whether it's lies. If you copy, quote, how we can stop the spread of this spread of, unquote, and Christmas, it will come up in Google. It will bring up the article so you can read the whole thing and find out, because the Bannon people, right, the Pizzagate people will put the product that they put up. You can take it down now, Jeremy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
The stuff that they put out, they put up an article and they tell you it says this, and if you get your hands on the article, you find out it said exactly the opposite. The same thing with that. The Spectator, oh, I'm just so furious. The Spectator said, oh, yes, this Danish study shows that masks are ineffective. And the Danish study didn't show anything of the kind. In addition to which, if you read the details, you saw that the Danish study was just an abomination. But so the lesson is, when somebody puts something up on the screen, the headline, sometimes you'll miss it. But if you can get a couple of words from the text and you put that into Google or DuckDuckGo, or because I'm trying to, everybody should screw Google. They're such monsters. Anyway, you can find it. Thank you. Next slide.
And it is the case that there have been studies done that cloth masks in a medical situation where you're wearing them for hours and hours and hours every day, which is what is so horrible, what was done to our frontline healthcare workers, where they did not have access to full PPE as they needed it, masks and gowns, and they're dealing with trash bags and face wraps and all of that. That can create a situation where it's not healthful. That's why we need to get the highest quality of masks, at least N95s, to as many people as possible, let alone our healthcare workers at this point.
Well, but so here on the screen is another piece of the context. It's another piece of the circumstantial evidence. It's another piece of the circumstance that shows that Trump did this. This was not accidental. All he had to do was say yes. And he couldn't manage to do that, to have the post office. And, you were saying before that it takes political leadership, right? If Trump had said yes, people would, right? It's a herd mentality. Okay, well, the herd says I should put on a mask and take this virus seriously. Okay, and what's the harm in that? I'm completely sympathetic with people being suspicious of vaccines, but masks, and frankly, I'm sympathetic of people finding the paper masks uncomfortable, or even the simple cloth mask. But that one that I was showing, that's cloth, and then it's got a carbon filter on the inside, and it has vents. The vents only come into play. I wear it when I go running, and that's the only time the vents become active, is if you're breathing very, very hard. But if you're going into the supermarket and doing with the things that people do normally, they're completely effective anyway. So circumstantial evidence, Trump is guilty.
Yeah, I mean, this is obvious malfeasance towards the post office. The very worst is that people could have had the choice to wear the masks that were delivered to their door. And so we have spring sedition against the post office in Trump undermining their plan to send out masks to every household. And then we have fall sedition by Trump against the post office in terms of trying to disrupt the election in terms of the ballots.
Next. There you go. So what are we going to say about this?
Biden had mentioned at a point that he wears an N95 when he's out underneath the surgical mask when he's out and about at times.
Right, he wears an N95 and a surgical mask. And when we were discussing this yesterday, we said, yeah, in addition to which, if there's anybody who needs to be paranoid about being targeted by someone whose job is the deliberate spreading of the virus, I would think it's this guy. But so no wonder he wears two masks. Ready to say next?
Next.
There we go.
COVID-19 pandemic is the first time 40% of Americans have experienced food insecurity. And we see it. We see the lines, the food lines, people who have SUVs and pretty nice minivans and stuff like that, but they need to line up for food. And so this does point to the quote unquote side benefits that is deep collateral damage to the American people. We know Kissinger talked about using food as a weapon into the so-called third world. So now food scarcity has been turned into a weapon in the so-called post 9/11 homeland, I'd say.
Well, and the thing that sets me off when I see this is that it is the people, I mentioned this yesterday, that one of the good things about this pandemic is that it makes us appreciate who's doing essential work and who is not. And that the people who work at Amazon and who work at the post office and who work at the grocery store, those guys are doing essential work and they're getting paid barely more than minimum should be receiving. You mentioned, Jeremy mentioned yesterday, that minimum wage from the 1960s, if you updated it with inflation, would be $38 an hour. These guys should be starting at $38 an hour. But I think that people have gotten, one of the good things, the really shining opposite of dark things to come out of this, is the deepening sense of appreciation that I think all Americans have for the people who are doing the actually genuinely essential jobs. And so Alan clicked the button because here's another example of a bright spot coming out of the pandemic. And, I mentioned that World War II gave birth to democracy in Europe. It was started by fascists. It was started by the aristocrats who wanted to smash democracy everywhere that they could and keep people under the thumb of fascists, and they lost. And the response was that there are now democracies and people get, education is good and quality and healthcare is good and quality. And there's childcare and maternity leave and all these other progressive things that came out of World War II. Well, maybe one of the things that will come out of this pandemic is job guarantees and free money, and the idea that people should take a job because they want to take a job, which means the employers have to offer a job that people want to take. And if the employers can't offer a job that either pays enough or is sufficiently good for the soul, when you go in, you come walking out, you feel good about yourself and what you spent the day doing, that those people aren't going to be able to get people to work for them. But so to me, this is hopefully one of the bright spots that might come out of this pandemic, is this awareness that we should institute programs like this. And this is Europe trying to lead the United States.
Yeah. And I agree with you. And at the same time, I also think that it's important to pay attention to this question of coercion that could come along with this. And that's happening here in the United States, where this military apparatus via the contractors such as Palantir are going to be identifying the target populations who are to be the first to receive certain vaccines. And it's going to be tied to welfare payments and that kind of stuff. Just like we talked, the previous politician who was saying, well, we should give people the money that we should have given them a long time ago, but as long as they take the vaccine. And so there is credible and real concern for the coupling of something like a universal basic income, which is really this goes way back to someone like Thomas Paine. Pre-U.S. Constitution was articulating the American tradition behind the idea of national inheritances. Okay, rather, it's not welfare, it's a national inheritance that belongs to every individual. At the same time, we do not want that to be allowed to be coupled to the coercive military apparatus, where it's then tied to your digital health passport, and you can be, in a sort of Chinese context, be sort of ostracized from social credit and all of that. So I agree with you in terms of the opportunity here. I just want to make sure that it's not a poison pill that comes attached to an escalation of a tyrannical biosurveillance state.
Yeah, and if free money sounds too good to be true, it could be interest-free loans that you take back at the end of the person's life with a death tax or an estate tax. And that'd be one way of trimming down the number of billionaires you have too, that you can't pass on billion-dollar legacies through wills and trusts, that you have to actually spread the wealth around a little bit, to use the Obama phrase. But free money could be free loans, interest-free loans paid back with death taxes or inheritance taxes.
Well, one of the things I thought Jeremy and I talked about this, but how much have they spent in response to this coronavirus? That one of the things that is happening to me when I see them talking about spending $1 trillion here and $1 trillion there is the recognition that money kind of doesn't mean anything anymore. Maybe it was Alan that I was talking to, but that inflation never occurs in any economy that isn't being targeted by the global banking aristocracy. That inflation is something that gets inflicted on people in order to punish them for having done something that the global banking aristocracy didn't approve of, like providing retirement income for their seniors, or health care for the sick, or education for the children. That is a really good way to get on the bad side of the World Bank. But anyway, I'm thinking that this pandemic and, throwing trillions of dollars this way and that way, hither and thither, is liable to wake people up to recognize that money, something that should have been monstrously clear from the beginning, though, that money it's a mental thing. It's a social construct. Gold is only valuable because people have decided, right in Roman times, that people decided that all right, we'll make gold valuable. We will decide that gold is valuable. It's not good for anything except being shiny, right? You can't cut with it. It won't hold an edge. But because at the time it was very scarce in Europe, they decided that they would use it for money. Well, so now we have paper money, and that's not scarce. It's one of the things that's always just shocked me is you have guys who will kill their mother for $100,000, and the bankers walk over and they flip a switch and the money starts coming out of the machine. It's completely an illusion. It's completely illusory. And if we can wrap our minds, if this virus helps us wrap our minds around the fact that money is an illusion based upon a socially, communally accepted notion that, yes, we're going to accept this paper as being valuable, and the only reason that we're doing that is because it's for the good of the society.
And Alan points out that they just printed $6 trillion for the banks and corporations. Why not the people? They can provide a $60,000 income for every American right now.
Right. So, which is my point, that once we recognize that the only purpose of money is for the benefit of society, then why do we let the billionaires have so much of it? That's not to the benefit of society. If the society created the money and gave it value in order to benefit the society, why does the society tolerate billionaires? It doesn't make any sense at all. And
when the money gets spent, it often will go back up to the people running these businesses and owning these businesses anyway.
What do you mean often? What do you mean often? It will always be spent.
Well, yeah.
Right.
And then people say, how are you going to pay for it? Few people know that the federal government owns 47% of the land west of the Mississippi. So I think and you can always take it back with the takings clause. They ought to sell it, whatever they don't absolutely need, sell it. And if they ever need it back, they use the takings clause. So there's plenty of money available, and you can borrow at almost 0% interest right now. So it's a perfect time to do this negative income or guaranteed basic income program.
Well, and all the other things, right? And all the other things that need to be done, so that when an intelligent person comes forward and says, here's this problem and here's the solution and this is how we should be taking care of it, that budget should not be one of the considerations once we understand that the deficit is a false notion and that money is completely a social construct and it's worth what we say it's worth. Anyway, I think this is a really good point to close on. Not that I'm anxious to close, but if we're going to close, this is a really good point to close on.
Free money, baby.
Yeah. I want to point out that
money party.
One of my permaculture teachers, Larry Santoyo, said to say you're out of money is to say you're out of inches. It's a metric, and it's a metric for how we decide to use it. And so I do think this is an interesting ending point. That's also a beginning point about our politics and where we go from here, and how we can, create a real American renaissance in the wake of these continual assaults on we the people.
And Alan recommends that we all read Deficit Myth by Stephanie Kelton, and I'm sure he will put that up at the No Lies Radio website. Yes,
yes, and that's modern monetary theory, and that's actually, people can go look at the Kansas City School of Economics, Michael Hudson, Stephanie Kelton, and they focus on what they call the sort of parasitical nature of the fire of finance, insurance, and real estate sectors that basically have, collapsed and frozen a lot of our wealth, and we need to free it up.
Please read my article, Is Inheritance Immoral?, which is in Political Philosophy by Louis Pojman, Pojman, and it's available on Amazon.
Well, we're not on a that short of a timeline, and you were supposed to present. So, Sterling, please give us the synopsis of the immorality of inheritance.
Yeah, well, if you think that industriousness is a virtue, and you think that people like Trump, who inherited their wealth, are an example of what could go wrong, and often do it. I think the short answer is yes. Unrestricted inheritance along genetic lines is immoral. It's certainly morally questionable, and it should be taxed to discourage it. And there are ways that people might try to get around it with gift taxes, but with gifts, but there are gift taxes currently in place too. So I don't have any problem with people making sure that there's a legacy that they give their children, their family, to pay for all the education and medical care that they need. That would be just fine. But then when you're giving up these like Walmart and enormous billion-dollar corporations being handed down in shares of stock to set up these dynasties like the Rockefellers and the Bushes and the Kennedys, it's questionable. I don't think we need to accept it exactly the way it is. I think we should tax it and use the money. We have enough other things to spend it on. And so at least tie them to spending it on socially useful things if they're going to inherit it. So I think if you can give a certain basic income to people, like the $60,000, you go ahead and bequeath a $60,000 annuity. You get $60,000 a year to all of your family members. I wouldn't really jump up and down screaming about that. But when you go into billions of dollars, I think I could get John Hankey to be my wingman and start taxing that sick puppy.
Well, and we've been having these brilliant discussions, the four of us, and it struck me, and I stopped myself, and I said, well, wait a minute. I love my kids, but are they more deserving than the kids next door, the kids across the street, or the kids down the block? They're human beings, and all human beings, need love and compassion and education and sympathy and right, food, clothing, and shelter. But my kids are not more deserving of those things than anybody else's kids. And if you can, I haven't ever thought about that in my entire life. But if you stop and ask yourself that question, you might have a different answer than me, and you might have. My kids are wonderful. I can't imagine having more deserving children than I have, but that doesn't make them more deserving than anybody else.
And we want to be able to have
an annuity of $60,000 a year. Doesn't that kind of take you've done your bit, you've taken care of them materially? Well,
but if we have this legislation that says everybody's guaranteed $60,000 a year, then they don't have to get anything from me, right? If education is free, they don't have to have a $1 million college fund, because the community colleges, by the way, in my experience, and it's considerable, community colleges, at least in LA, are terrific. The best teachers are community college. Hey, Sterling, be my wingman there. The best teachers are the community college teachers, right? In my experience, right? I'm not saying that because Sterling's my good friend. I'm saying that when I go with my kids to their community college classes, this was like 6 months ago. I was just wowed. I was floored at the quality of the students and the teacher in that class. Anyway, so
and the first lady elect is a community college teacher. I think she's going to look after the community colleges when Biden takes the oath of office on January 20th.
Okay, so everybody have a great Sunday night. Yes.
Yes. And I do. Let me just say one last thing on the point that you all brought up there in terms of the question of intergenerational wealth and legacy, and that it makes a lot of sense to empower as many of us as possible. The combination of a minimal subsistence of the ability to live a decent, respectable life as a human being, the basics, while also unleashing massive human creativity when people are drawn by their callings and their skills and their dreams and their visions, and not burdened by the day-to-day doing essential work for minimum wage. That is when the wealth of nations will get unleashed. And at that point, there will also be an opportunity for intergenerational legacy and wealth additionally. And what we want to do, I would imagine, is we want to fully enable every single individual and every single family to empower themselves to contribute. And of course, even the best of our traditions around things like ownership and patents are really at their core meant to help provide for the artists and those who would make our films, to help teach to us about what we need to know and to empower their creative work. And so I think there are so many possibilities in terms of the politics of solutions. And I just wanted to say that, and I wanted to give thanks to y'all. And do y'all have any final closing statements?
Yes, this was such a brilliant experience. We're going to do this again in 2021, without a doubt.
All right, great.
I hope so. Thank you so much. Thanks to Alan.
Thank you, Alan Rees.
Oh, thank
No Lies
you, Alan.
Radio.
Man, a million times.
Amazing
many,
production.
many thanks.
Thank you for our audience for hanging in there with us.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Professor Sterling Harwood. Thank you, John Hankey. We appreciate it very
and since
much.
we haven't been cut off yet, I'm going to say that the inheritance you give people is knowledge. Right? That's what we want to give to the next generation, is knowledge. This is how you deal with the aristocracy. This is how you deal with 9/11s, right? With these massive murderous attacks by the oligarchs. This is how you deal with it. Well, first we got to figure it out, but then we'll bequeath that knowledge to them.
Open Educational Resource, OER. Look it up and support it. Open Educational Resources.
Very good.
Wikipedia and beyond. Wikiquote.org. Check it out.
Okay, so I'm going to hang up.
All right. Thanks, y'all, so much.
Likewise.
Thank you, everybody out there.
Ditto, ditto, ditto. Bye-bye.
Bye, y'all.